mic instead.
There's a handheld mic. And then when I use this, that one's going to come on and we'll all be deaf. Anyway, we'll get there. Cool. Thank you for... I got to stay away from the speakers. No? That's even worse. Testing. Going over here. No, that's going to get worse. That's a lot. Go over here. They did this on purpose so that I had... Yeah, exactly. Get in the corner and just do it from there. Jeez. All right. Well, welcome. Get off. I'm going to start just a couple of questions. I cannot not move. Can I go over here? I don't know what happens. Who works with AI like on a daily basis, semi-daily sort of thing? There's a few. Okay, a few hands. Anyone want to volunteer what they mean by AI now? What does it mean to work with AI? Anyone? Yeah, Bron.
For a start, coding with a fun Copilot.
Okay, so Copilot. Yep. So virtual and AI assistant. All right, fair enough. Say again? Consuming APIs. How's that AI?
Well, generate, like, there's certain APIs that, like, generate things and that, so...
APIs that generate things, as in AI things. Okay, I'm just wondering how that's different from 5 years ago. Okay, right. No, I'm only asking because we're here on Global AI Bootcamp, so I'm hoping you have some interest in AI, whether that's working with it right now. Geez, I'm not good at this. Can we make this one work? I have to stay over here behind the thing. That's weird. Because if you're here and you've never touched AI, yay, welcome. We're going to tell you all the good bits about Azure and leave out all the crap bits. Hi, Vic. And I'm going to stand over here now. And I think it's important that we have some idea of what AI means if we say we're going to work with AI. Because lots of things have marketing involved in them now, and it says it's AI, and it's not, right? It's just an algorithm that we could do 10 years ago. But now it's shiny because it's AI. So just be a bit critical about when you see things that says AI. I guess is my point. Now, this is an hour talk. I have half an hour, so we'll see how far we get. But I will show you AI Foundry, which is the whole point of this talk, because it's kind of a really cool place to start if you want to do development with AI models and don't want to touch actual LLMs and doing things on that scale. So, first question, please. That doesn't work either. What is going on here today? 1 second. My clicker, please. Nope. Okay, I'm just going to press the buttons then. I'm particularly interested in the ethical parts of AI. I am not the guy that goes, ooh, new JavaScript framework, yay, right? It's just, it can't be bothered. Like, I couldn't care less what the new mustache.js is or whatever. So this is a big part of why I'm in tech, is to how do we make tech do something that's actually improving how we live, right? So tech's awesome. I love coding. I love new shiny things. I just got a new robot. You know, I love all that stuff. But how does that actually impact how we live and what we do? I think that's a much more interesting question. So just kind of ask yourself that. Ethical responsibilities, because AI obviously has a lot of ethical implications coming with it. If you hadn't thought about that, don't do it now, because you'll sit here still tonight, rocking in a corner. Okay, so how do we unlock AI's potential without sacrificing what I call our core values, but things that we actually care about? Because right now we're going, oh yeah, we should totally do that with AI, and then we end up with a bomb, right? It's really easy to get into trouble. Has anyone done vibe coding?
I don't know.
There's half a hand over there.
Can you define that?
Can I define vibe coding? I can. There is no official definition, of course, but vibe coding is when you don't care about 10 years of degrees in education and just use Copilot to go with natural language and go, done that. Okay, and put it into production? Maybe. So here's a good story about vibe coding. So one guy, and this was only last week, he built some sort of document handler, right? So take a document in, read some stuff in it, and it'll, pull out fields or whatever. He was using a Firebase kind of approach, right? And he just let the AI go, yeah, and gave it credentials and logged it in. And, if you've ever seen output of vibe coding or AI code, it's absolutely horrendous right now. It'll improve, sure. In 2 days, he racked up a bill of $120,000 US on Google. Welcome. So yeah, maybe think about how AI is going to do this, right? Hi, I'm Lars. I'm a Microsoft MVP, which means they give me a lot of stickers. I should finish my renewal application, by the way. Sorry, I don't have time right now. Yeah, I've got 2 days. I have a YouTube channel as well. Has nothing to do with AI. Oh, a little bit with AI, but nothing to do with Azure or Microsoft. That was my video I put up this morning. It is an actual lawnmower towing my car.
You can go to the other microphone if you want.
Turning it on. This. 1 moment, please. Otherwise, I'll just talk about it now. I'm still on.
Is that one working?
No.
No. Give him that one.
This one's working. Time out.
Does anyone tell this is a community event that we put together yesterday?
Oh.
So rude. Oh, jeez. Sorry? All right. Now, hey, I can be over here. All right, cool. Button then. Never mind. Yeah, I do a lot of videos on sort of home automation, networking, all sorts of stuff. Completely separate issue talk than this, but I thought I always put it in there because it's fun. Normally there would be like a, hey, I work for insert company here. I'm an independent consultant right now. My wife calls it unemployed, but so if you have a good lead, hey, I'm here. So my agenda for today is I want to talk about AI Foundry because that's I want you to see that and understand what it does, and then not necessarily how to use it, but what it does. We'll look at some models because we can't have AI without models. Agents. Because we probably don't have time. Is someone going to tell me when I'm out of time, by the way? Otherwise, I'll keep talking. Cool. If you have questions throughout, by all means, shout out. Like this is an actual community event, right? I'm not here to talk at you. I'm here to talk with you. So just put your hand up or shout out, or heckling is very welcome. I will give back as good as I get, but you can. All right, questions. I love questions. Okay, ethical consideration. There's something around transparency, right? How do we know what has trained the thing we do? Right? Anyone? What does OpenAI use to train the ChatGPT models? GPT-4 or O1?
Just everything on the internet?
Pretty much. We don't actually know. That's the point, right? Hey? Trust. Woo-hoo-hoo. There it is. So transparency is a really important part of when you start building or creating stuff with AI. Maybe have an idea of where the data is coming from, what are the biases that comes in. Speaking of which, in AI are very dominant. We may not think of this, but all of this training material is trained on certain types of data. It's created by certain types of people, etc., etc. All of those things will have an impact on how things are put together and what output they produce, right? So biases is something that I don't ever see any tech talks talk about biases, but it's really important. Like, if you were to, let's say we're talking about Copilot. You're doing Copilot talk? Yeah. So Dylan up next doing Copilot talk. If we talk about Copilot, if we were coding with, say, C#, it's pretty good. There's a lot of code out there for C#. Not so terrible, right? If you were using a more obscure language, I don't know, say, what's a good example?
Haskell.
Anyone? Haskell? Hey? Cobalt? No, I said language. Hey? Ruby on Rails, for example. But things that haven't got as much code out there in the public, the biases are going to be towards whatever that code is, right? That's just how it works. AI is just an average. The GPT model is pretty much just guessing what the next word would be. So biases are definitely part of what we have to consider. And then, of course, there's security. That's a completely different talk. Do we have talks today? Anyone remember? We do? Right here. I have one. Yes. So we do. So I'm not even going to touch that. Also because I'm just getting in trouble. So Azure AI Foundry, here's a long thing of what it is. Has anyone heard of Azure AI Studio? Yeah? Same thing, right? Because naming is hard and Microsoft really likes changing names on us. Does anyone know what the Entra ID is? Yep, it's the same as Azure Active Directory, right? It's like, stop changing names. But here we are. I'm looking at you, Vic. You fix it. So Azure AI Foundry is the same as Studio. It's a comprehensive abstraction layer built on top of numerous Azure tools. I actually had GPT write this for me based on input I gave it. So, you know, AI with AI. Anyway. And services that empower organizations to orchestrate AI applications in a seamless, configurable, and secure manner. In other words, AI Foundry is a tool that you can use to build on top of numerous Azure tools and models and stuff. Right? And you'll see that in just a second. So it was called Studio because everything on AI, on Azure that has to do with AI is called Studio. So we have Language Studio, we have Custom Vision, what's that called? Cognitive Studio, whatever it is. They all have studios, right? Text Analytics Studio, etc. So there was AI Studio, then they realized, it does a lot more than that, and now we're going to pull a whole bunch of stuff in, so they called it Foundry. At least they didn't tell anyone they changed the name, so there is that. We were at the Azure AI tour in Sydney, and I put my hand up to help out on the Azure AI Studio booth. And the week before, I checked the schedule and it says, oh yeah, you're helping out on AI Foundry. I'm like, what? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Agents. So are you familiar with the term RAG? Yeah. So what's it short for? Anyone?
Retrieval augmented generation.
Thank you. I'll just see, because no one ever knows what it's short for. So retrieval augmented generation, right? So it's like ChatGPT, but you put your own data in the mix. So it's retrieval augmented, essentially, right? Agents are like RAG plus. Think of it that way. So agents within AI Foundry. I'll show you in just a second. They're simple. They're just a tool, by the way, just like anything else. You can use them. And they're very secure. At least that's what Microsoft says. Right? I haven't proven otherwise yet, but maybe we get some opinions on that later. And I've just been told we don't have an AI Foundry talk at the end of the day now. Is that right? Lachlan got sick? Is that what someone said? Because I was going to blame everything on him. He's not here. Yeah, he's sick. Yeah. But I was just going to say, if you had questions, say, no, ask Lachlan later, but I can't do that now. So, oh well.
You're going to do that talk at the end of the day too now.
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. It'll be this one. So, again, this was an hour talk. We'll see how far we get. You can always come and ask questions afterwards, right? We're going to talk about models, agents, some code, hopefully, and maybe how to test it. Okay, that's the idea. But we'll get to that in just a second. But I just want to get the slides over and done quickly so we can look at Foundry. Okay. Right. Let's see. I'm just going to try and duplicate here. Hang on. Hey, there we go. All right. So this is AI Foundry. I should probably just go back to here, actually. There we go. AI.com. Pretty easy to remember, hopefully. Think of it as like the master AI service on Azure kind of thing. Right, so it incorporates a whole bunch of different things. So hopefully, can you see that? Is that all right? Big enough? Otherwise, Will can't see it. Is that what you're saying? He's just making gestures at me at the back. Like, I don't know what that means. Okay.
Zoom it. That's what he's saying. Zoom.
Better? No, that's too big. There we go. All right, cool. It just starts here. Create projects. And this is nothing unusual about this. You create a project, you put your stuff in that, and you have several things in a project, right? And the project becomes your deployment. So that's just where you start. Okay, great, Scott. Because just to get you in the door, it's back to the future theme talk, right? Anyway, so it starts here on the overview of your project. You have an API key because we got to have an API to interact with. By the way, most of these settings can be found in the Azure portal as well. They tend to up a bit. And then there's some different capabilities here, right, that we can use. There's an inference endpoint, there's an OpenAI service endpoint, and there's an Azure AI service endpoint, right? So we're already seeing Foundry because we put things together and make a new thing. All right, that's not terribly interesting. And there's some project details which comes directly from Azure. And always linked to Microsoft Learn, of course. The interesting part starts here. So we have this model catalog, because anyone not familiar with what an LLM model is? Okay, cool, because I don't want to assume, but that's cool. Are you not familiar with it? Because, cool, I'll explain it, so just really briefly. It stands for Large Language Model, LLM. It's also why many of them are called Llama, because LLM, yeah, naming's hard. And then a large language model is a set of training material that has been mulled over by an AI kind of service, and it's created a whole bunch of connections, like billions and trillions of connections between words and concepts and blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure exactly how all that internal stuff works, but you end up with a model that is petabytes big, potentially. They're making them smaller now, which is great. And then you can put questions or you can put text to this model, right? So you send off what's called tokens, which is a number of words, essentially. Some words are more than one token. And then the model then goes, oh, based on this, I think I know what the next word would be. It's just guessing, based on probability, what is the next word. That's what an LLM is. Now, some of them are trained differently. Some are trained on healthcare data. Some are trained on the entire internet. Some are trained on coding for GitHub, for example, right? But that's what it is. So inside of AI Foundry, we can access a ton of these models. Not just Microsoft models, not just OpenAI models, but a whole lot of them. So we have some announcements. In other words, hey, here's some that we make more money on. I always think of it that way. And you can see have you heard of DeepSeek? Yeah, a few people. It was basically a Chinese version of OpenAI's ChatGPT models, but they claimed they did it for way less money, $10 million or something, right? And then OpenAI got mad because they trained it on the data that OpenAI had, but they trained it on the internet. So anyway, so there's DeepSeek is in here. That's pretty popular. And then change this every time I open AI Foundry. This page looks different. Just saying. Model leaderboards. I had this before. So we have a bit of competition here. I like the Llama one, just cause, why not? All right, and then down here, there is a ton of models. Currently, there is 1,907 models to choose from, right? Easy, just pick the right one. Having some idea of what it is you're trying to achieve. We have the ChatGPT or the GPT models. You can see their chat completion. But as you scroll down, you start getting all sorts. Is anyone using the Gretel Navigator Tabular? No? Where that is. But yeah, you can see there's a ton of them to choose from. The whole idea is that you don't have to build your own model, you don't have to manage your own model, you don't have to think about how to get the model in here, all those things, they are here, right? And then what you do is that you choose one of them. Let's choose Gretel. Gretel looks lovely. And it loads. Come on. Here we go. And it gives you some details about what it is. This is the generated production, the synthetic, blah, blah. Right? What's going on? It is from here. What if I'm here? So I can... Anyway, so if you're online, I apologize if the audio is in and out. And it gives you a whole bunch of details about what this is, right? You don't have to know about what this. You can go in and this really doesn't work well. Can I blame you? What you also have is last try. You want to know when it was actually ingested and processed, whatever, because sometimes that's important, sometimes it's not. It'll tell you how much it costs. Pay as you go, per 1,000 tokens. And remember, a token is roughly a word, thereabouts. So when you send data to it, you send tokens, right? And you get tokens back. So you pay both ways, usually. Oh, you go, model, output, and input. So there's an idea of how much it costs. Guess which one is the most expensive? generally? ChatGPT. Yeah, by a massive amount. I don't know why. I think it's because they're currently like the Rolls Royce of LLMs. I'm not sure, but they're just so much more expensive. So as much as I think they work really, really well, I use ChatGPT all the time for all sorts of things. Do consider using a bunch of other models, maybe not just for cost, but just to try and see what they do, right? Because there's a lot of them out there. And if you're sick of ChatGPT, try Claude. And if you're sick of that, there's be something else, right? So, I have 6 minutes left. Nah, I'm going to keep going. So, Dylan. All right. So you get all the models here. All you have to do is click deploy. And you have an instance of it. That's it, right? And that's why this is one of these tools. Yes, you pay Microsoft a bit for it, but my God, they remove a lot of complexity. Now, it's not enough to just have a model. Then we just have a model, right? We've got to do more than that. Okay, I'm going to skip a few of these things because the very harsh timer here has just given me 6 minutes. You can create agents. Agents is like, have you heard of agentic AI? Have you come across that? There's a few nods, yeah? Think of it like agent AI, agentic AI, right? This is not exactly that, but it's getting close to it. Agentic AI is when you give an AI model, instance, process, agent, rights and access to a whole bunch of your stuff. So you give it passwords, access codes, maybe bank details or credit card details, all sorts of things. And they go and perform a task for you, such as, hey, can you create a website about, I don't know, bananas and llamas? And make sure it sits on here in this region and it's optimized for this thing. And here's my credit card, find the cheapest hosting provider, blah, blah, blah. It goes and it does all that for you. That's what it is with agentic AI, right? And it's becoming a thing, and there's a lot of people that are very excited about it and a lot of people that are very worried about it. Because what happens when you start giving random processes, connection strings, access to things like, woo, right. But we've been here before. So like 20 years ago, we were like, ooh, this internet, I don't know about that, right? So it will come around, I think, to finding a way. Agents are sort of like in that vein, okay? So I've created an agent. Well, it just created a new agent for me. Well, thanks for that. I created a doc here. So it's very simple to set up. Again, the whole point is this is pretty simple. I've given some instructions. I'm saying you are a temporal navigator and advanced AI time machine within Azure AI Foundry. Remember, this is back to the future, right? So you just nod and be impressed by my writing skills. Your role is to guide users through time by providing authentic historic insights, yada, 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 yada. So I've given it some context. This agent is now a temporal, what did I write? Navigator. And that's important because you got to start somewhere. Now, ChatGPT has this. You can tell it, hey, in every reply, make sure you consider that I work for this company or I have this experience or whatever, right? But here's where we talk about we add data to it. So that you can add knowledge. And this keeps expanding a lot. So currently, these are the knowledge bases you can add. So this is sort of what I said, RAG++. We are augmenting this model with our own information, but this information can come from all of these different places. I'm intrigued why they put TripAdvisor in there. It's a huge what?
It's a huge user case at the moment, travel.
Huge user case. Okay, fair enough. I can't think of a worse website than TripAdvisor. But anyway, so you have all these knowledge bases essentially. So if you use, say, AI search, or you have a Microsoft Fabric instance, you can use all of that data with almost a click of a button. There's a bit of setup involved. And you now have this model, which is Gretel's, what was it? Gretel's knitting instruction? I can't remember. You can combine that with Microsoft Fabric, for example, right? So suddenly you have this knowledge like, poof, there. You used to be able to do that, of course, 2 years ago, but it was much more complex. There's some good RAG tools that came along, but nothing in this sort of way that I've found, at least. All right, so we could do that. We could also have some actions. So based on something happening, it could be a code interpreter. That was the first one that came out. Read and interpret information from data sets, generate code, and create graphs and charts. We can add that sort of action to it, but now we can also just do Azure functions. So based on some input to this model, you can trigger a function that does another thing. There's the agent part of it. Right? We have an actual action based on knowledge that is specific to your use case. It's kind of neat. I think it's pretty cool. And it's simple. Like you just sit and go, yeah, of course. Like there's a lot going on behind the scenes here, right? It's pretty, yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty cool. How long have we got now? Jeez.
2 minutes.
Minus 6 minutes. Okay, sure. I just want to show you a couple other things here. They've just come out with templates, they being Microsoft, or more templates. So if you want to start from somewhere, just to try it out, if you have an Azure account, you can get started with some of these. These are templates and tutorials. The cool thing is the VS Code container. Let me just click on that. There we go. You can actually launch this directly into VS Code. Oh, come on. Really? Yay. That's neat because suddenly you have direct access to what you just put together with 3 clicks in your code. And then you get AI to write the whole thing and you vibe. No, don't do that. And of course, it spins up a VM, so we have whatever that compute is. So yeah, you're paying for it. I know that. There's always a cost to these things, but that's pretty damn quick. You get from model, knowledge base, action, and then suddenly it's in your VS Code instance, right? And then off you go. You're writing an agent. I think that's cool. Fine-tuning, you can fine-tune things in certain cases. Again, I don't have time now to go through all of it. Come on. You can fine-tune your model based on data you can give it, on examples, etc. We can do tracing, so improve it. Use tracing to improve your performance and debugging. That's really important. Who's a developer? I should ask that at the start. Okay, a few people. Have you all used Application Insights on Azure? Yeah? There's a few people that didn't put their hand up. Do that, by the way. It is one of the best debugging and performance improvement tools around. It's incredible. As a developer, especially on Azure, nothing comes close. And then all your assets come down here, right? So you can manage all this deployment. You can deploy the model to wherever once you're done. And you can even set up a web app. This is, last time I looked at this, it's not super developed just yet, the actual web app deployment. But I think that'll come so that with 3 clicks you have, the model is actually accessible. Yes?
It's under evaluation and safety and security.
That's the other talk. No, I don't. Hang on. Evaluation. Assess and compare AI application performance. There's a new one, AI red teaming. So you can do red team, blue team. That's kind of neat, actually, which is, good team, bad team. I haven't delved much into this, if I'm honest. So anyone want to know, ask Lachlan at the end of the day. See, it doesn't work now because he's not going to be here. Safety and security. Do you like to recommend it to everything? I just did. Sorry. And safety and security, I don't remember what was on here. Okay, try it out. So this is a whole lot of Microsoft Learn material. Yep, that's a link to Microsoft Learn, it looks like. Yeah. What is that? I can't read that from here, sorry. Oh geez, half an hour goes quick, doesn't it? Yeah, so I just want to give you a taster on what AI Foundry is. I think it's really neat. It's constantly improving all the time, and it probably will have a new name next year. I don't know about that. But yeah, thanks very much. I won't take up more of your time.
That was amazing, Lars. Thank you very much.
Was it?
You can do the other half maybe in Lockie's spot if you want, if you're around.
Yep.
So next up we've got Dylan, and we'll just get everything wired up real quick. If Lars can untangle him.
All right, we are on and I'm coming through, so that's one part done. Let's connect this thing. Yep. Alrighty. Now, see if laptop will talk to screen. Thinking about it? Try a different port. There we go. Great success. Alrighty. So let's. Cool. Great. Well, thank you everyone for coming. So my talk is on GitHub Copilot. Is it only for developers? I'm going to show you several use cases today where it's not. So what are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to just go through what is GitHub Copilot, but to get a reading on the room, how many people do not know what GitHub Copilot is? No, the advertising's been good. Oh, we have one? That's okay. We'll go over just a high level what the tool is. And then we'll talk about why non-developers. What do non-developers get out of this tool? And then rather than me just tell you everything, I'll actually do some demos and show you some of the use cases where, as a non-developer, you can really get some power out of this tool. So first start off, who am I? My name is McCarthy, as it says somewhere. I'm a principal engineer at Versant. I primarily focus on platform engineering, DevOps, and developer experience in the Microsoft domain. Also at Microsoft MVP for developer tools. And I started my tech career as a .NET developer. So I've kind of gone all the way from writing code to deploying code to building cloud systems that enable people to deploy their code. So almost all the way around. And I just have an all-round kind of passion for technology, AI, studied machine learning at university, didn't get a job in it, and now AI is everywhere. So I get to play with that all the time. Cool. So what is GitHub Copilot? Easiest way to solve this is to ask it itself. So from what it's telling me, it's a AI-powered coding assistant that helps developers by suggesting code completion snippets and entire functions directly in their code editor. It uses OpenAI's Codex model to understand context and generate relevant suggestions, enabling faster, more efficient coding. That's an okay summary. It does quite a bit more than that, especially now when we've got multiple models it can select from, different modes that it can work in, all that kind of thing. I won't go too much into that today, since we'll just be going kind of more of a simple use case, but the tool does do quite a bit more. So why non-developers? Well, first of all, I'm a strong believer that AI is for everybody. It's not just a tool to be kind of held within the tech space and know it's ours and the developers can only use it. But when we've seen that with ChatGPT, where as soon as something goes live with like the new O4 image model, everyone jumps on it. Everyone wants to be involved with AI. But not everyone in IT with GitHub Copilot is a developer. So how do we find use cases for them? Well, let's look at some of the roles around that. So we've got cloud engineers. So they're not developers, but they still write configuration files. They need, like for firewalls, they need to do networking designs. There's still a lot of technical work in there that they're doing. And AI can certainly help with that kind of information. Platform engineers build complex CI/CD pipelines. Use that to a platform engineer, they'll freak out that they're actually a developer. So we don't do that. We just say that you're writing infrastructure as code and that's fine. Testers. So, and I'm not talking about writing test cases, I'm actually talking about user interaction testing, where you might need to create a list of what are the tests that I need to do on an application. Like, how do I make sure I've clicked enough buttons to make the coverage of this test relevant? And can maybe suggest ideas for different methods of testing, because you're not always going to see every avenue you could test. And even product managers, as much as I hate to admit it, this can really help them with planning. So taking the idea of, I have something I want to build, how do I break this into smaller pieces? And then how do I write this in a more technical way that my developers can understand? I would also like to add into this one, it gives better story point estimations than most product managers, because it's actually grounded in technical reasoning, not just sticking the finger in the air going, it'll take me this many story points. So those are some angles for it. But there are a few caveats here. So first of all, GitHub Copilot requires licensing through GitHub. And that can be a bit more of a barrier for more business-oriented people who don't do coding and aren't involved in code day to day. And they'll see GitHub as a platform of, well, that's where your developers go. The AI is also very much aimed at technical questions. Kind of as Lars was showing us before with the agent, where you can put in a description of this is what you should be doing. GitHub Copilot has that prompt as well, has a prompt that tells it, this is the kind of things you need to do. And it can even get to the point where if you ask a question which is not technical enough, it might say, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that because it's not a technical question. And then generally you interact with Copilot using an IDE or integrated development environment, which again, not everyone's going to be used to using that kind of environment. There is the github.com platform, which I will show a bit of, which is a way of kind of getting it into it a bit easier without needing the IDE, but generally having the IDE there is a better response, because you will still be using code in some aspects of this as kind of a base, and even using Copilot to help you understand what that code does without you needing to have developed it yourself. Cool. So that's enough of me talking off slides. Let's actually have a look at what some of this looks like. Alrighty. So that's clearly going to be too small. So let's full screen that. I don't need that. And let's see if I can remember what the key is to zoom in on Mac. Yes. Sorry, I just got this Mac like last week. And I've been on a Windows device for the last 12 months.
Oh, that serves you well.
Yep. Okay, cool. Here we go. So what I have here is just, it's a code base. It has an API application and a front-end application. That's all we really need to know about it for this particular talk. So what we're going to do though is we're going to take the role now of kind of a DevOps or a platform engineer who has to deploy this. Now, I don't know what this code does really. I didn't develop it. I just got handed it and said, deploy this to the cloud, please. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Copilot here. And it's going to give .NET getting in the way. Go away, .NET for the moment. I don't need you. All right. Apparently it's just going to acquire the runtime for me. There we go. And ask me to take a survey and ask me to do that. How about later? Okay, cool. So we have Copilot here. Now we have opened our repository, so we can now ask Copilot to talk to us about the repository. And we might use here as a command called workspace. And this actually allows us to say, hey, we're talking about the whole workspace here. And I can say, I would like to deploy this application into Azure. How would I go about doing that? So now we're asking questions where we're saying, hey, go look at this code for me and tell me how I can get it into the cloud. So one of the cool things here is we can see what references it's used. It says it's used 29 references, and then it's going to tell you all the different files it pulled in as context to how it's understanding what you're doing. And it said, Visual Studio apparently would like access to my network volume. Sure. Okay, settle down, Visual Studio. So it's talked now, it's understood as, okay, you've got a backend API, and it's brought up a bunch of context and says, hey, you might actually need to modify some of this code for it to work in the cloud because it's using an in-memory database, something that the developer may have left in by accident. And if you had deployed this up, it would have been a whole drama and taken forever to debug because all of the data it was saving was in memory. So every time it restarted, you lost all your data. And again, you may not have picked that up straight away, but Copilot's picking that up and saying, hey, this needs to be changed. And you may also need different database providers if you're going to the cloud. So it's talking about how I add SQL Server. So giving more information around tasks that may need to actually happen. And then gives you some information here. Then says, okay, here's how we deploy it. So it's giving you a suggestion of saying, okay, we want to run this command line, .NET publish, to do a release. We want to zip up that file, and then we want to use the Azure command line to actually deploy that up into the cloud. And then it's moved on to, okay, what do we do with the front end? So again, it's identified what the front end is, and it's given us more instructions here on how we would do that. And here it's actually, so skip too fast, it's now gone to the next stage of going, okay, it's all great to deploy it, but what if you wanted to do that automatically? So now it's even giving information about, well, here's what the GitHub Actions pipelines could look like to actually do those deployments. So it's giving you an example of here's this pipeline, here's how it does its build and publish, and then here's how it deploys to Azure Web App. So you can see here from that point of view, it's given us a lot of context and information that would have taken us quite a bit of time to try and decipher ourselves. We would have to dig into the code a bit, maybe understand the code. If we didn't understand the code, we would have to grab the developers and say, hey, what is this database? What do I need to know about this? So it's allowed us to kind of go through that a lot quicker. So, and then what we can say is, this is all great, but what if I wanted to use infrastructure as code rather than just having it deployed directly to it? And so I can ask it, can you show me what a IAC template for this would look like? So now I'm asking it, hey, can you show me some infrastructure as code? Now apparently the Azure plugin is like, hey, yes, I can do that. Sign up for some money. So we'll rerun it without that. And this is one of those tools that you see with GitHub Copilot. There are now more tools that you can bring in, and that Azure plugin is one. So now we've asked it, okay, we've got some Terraform, and now it's disappeared. This is something that's very important with this tool that you will run into, especially if you're asking for things like code. It will try and see if that code is matched against public code. And if you, depending on your settings in some organizations, it will block you from having that come through. And what we do here is, can you show me an IAC notation for our application? Please put in comments in context to our project. So what this does is it actually, you're telling it, hey, put more information that's about our project in, so you're much less likely to hit code. And again, go away, Azure plugin. And then that's going through and working. So, and now it's generating so it's decided to do Bicep, which is the native IAC for Azure, so that's fine. And then that's going through and building all that out. And even if this isn't what you end up using because you've got other things that you need to use, this is a really good starting point. So it solves that kind of issue where you might have a blank page and you're like, how do I even begin to do this? It's also really good when you've got more junior engineers who may not know how to do these things. Now, you wouldn't give this to them and say, go ahead and deploy it to production, it'll be fine. It's very much into that vibe coding section. But what you would do is you'd say, go use Copilot to give you an idea, understand that idea, and then come back to me with what you plan to do. And then we can talk about it. If you just got off the AI and we can see there's issues, we can talk about what the issues are. And that way it can be a really good accelerator for learning things like this. So if we run down here, so again, it's done all of its stuff here, and then it's also given us a script for actually doing that deployment as well. Cool, so that's all really good, but that's still very much kind of code heavy, effectively. You're still doing infrastructure as code, and we're still kind of doing a lot of stuff like that. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to restart this, and I'm going to actually open up the front end, and I'm just going to kind of load this main page here. Doesn't matter what the thing is, I just know this is a main page. But I'm then going to ask it, could you help me with working out a test suite for my testers? So we'll say so real people testers rather than doing automation. So they know which buttons to press. So, and we're going to say no, we're not asking you to set up automated testing. We're asking you to actually help us with developing more of a test plan. And apparently that test plan exists in public code. So we will try that again. So, oops. Cool little tool hint, if you ever need to replay a message in GitHub Pouya, just press the up arrow and it will get the previous message. More information about our website should be checked. So again, we're adding more context within the prompt tends to help kind of it be able to understand a bit more about what we want from it. Okay, so it's given us a test plan, and it's just a 5-point test plan, but again, it's something to get us started, something to get us thinking about it. So it said, okay, we want to go and do that. It's also decided to change a file, but I'm going to click undo. Don't want you to change files. Oh, cancel. So it says verify the main page renders correctly, check that the title and description, verify that this link exists and points to the correct route. So it's giving you all these breakdown. You can see how if you had a whole heap of pages and you were kind of asking it to say, okay, go and generate me a test plan for each of these pages and then bring those in so that I can actually then work on them. And then we can say, create a checklist for me that I can send to the other testers. So we'll see if it wants to work with us on this. So now it's saying it's going to go and create a file. We'll see what file it creates. So always the fun of live demos, see what it decides it wants to create at this point. I don't think I wanted that. Don't save. Okay, I don't think it did that, so let's rerun it without that workspace and just use more of the kind of base GitHub Copilot. Okay, so it's essentially done it in what would be rendered as a checkbox, but then it said, okay, here's your checklist, here's the navigation cards. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be Markdown and just hasn't rendered properly. But again, it's giving you that kind of documentation component that it needs there. Cool. And then we can also come in from, again, slightly different angle. Now I'm asking it to write a document. So this is one of the use cases of the tool, even for developers and non-developers. Having Copilot write documentation for you is great, because I hate documentation. And it generally does an okay, as long as you give it enough context, it does an okay job here. So here, it's giving you a bunch of so we're taking now from a security engineer point of view. And we're saying, okay, based on at least the code that I had selected, here is some security concerns, some backend concerns that it's inferred, and some recommendations. So let's now at github.com as an alternate way of going in. So I'll just go to my base GitHub. Sorry. And we can access the chat with Copilot with this button up here. Also, you can see the prompt I added before, asking it to describe itself. But we'll just go in here. Sorry, I wanted to go there. Full screen. Sorry. And we'll just, so we can select different models. Here we'll just use GPT-4o for this one. And I will see new conversation. So what we can use this for now is more around that kind of product manager point of view of, let's give it an idea and let's ask it to break it down and say, we'd like to build a messaging app for ducks. Can you please help me with a plan to build out this application? I would like it to run on Azure using Azure Kubernetes service. Sorry, it should be highly available. So, the ducks need a highly available messaging app. So what we're doing is we're coming up with a plan. So it starts off with define the architecture. Apologies. Setting up the Azure environment. Following steps to do that. So this is very much a starting point. And then we can say, when you break this down into a list of issues that I can put into the repository. So now we're starting with that big list, and we're now saying, hey, let's actually break this down into issues. So and you can see now we're actually looking at these issues. And if we go into here, and is it going to open, or is it just give you this example? So I don't think it's actually created these issues. It would be nice if it is. This is something I requested from GitHub. It's like, hey, make your Copilot able to do that. But it's giving you these broad ideas of, okay, here's an issue, here's what it should do. We're going to create, like, select the stack. We're going to do the high-level diagram. We're going to define any high availability requirements. So you can see from here, it's really kind of broken down that project, but I haven't had to know anything about Azure to do that, really. I've just asked it to break things down. Great, thank you. So it's really allowed us to accelerate. So rather than us sitting here and going, oh, what was this, what was this? We've just started going, all right, break down the plan, break it down further, get us a bunch of issues, now we can start work. And now developers can jump in and actually do what they need to do. Cool. So that was my demos for today. Was there any questions on any of kind of where that is from that kind of non-developer point of view? Yep.
This stuff is great as a productivity hack for routine stuff. The criticism of it is the quality of the code it produces is not always great.
Mm-hmm.
And the other criticism is that it's not teaching our coders how the basics of coding, and what it's going to end up generating is a whole bunch of code that's just repeating stuff that's already been done, and it's going to stifle innovation in coders. How do we address that challenge?
So not really the topic, but I will answer it because it's a very important question. So very much what we need to be doing is educating more junior engineers on what this tool is for. This tool isn't to sit there and generate all your code for you. It's to really generate that kind of boring code, that boilerplate code, the code that really has been done a million times. It doesn't need someone to innovate on because it's standard code. And what we should be training them to do is identify those areas where innovation is required and really understand that it's not taking their job, it's just automating away the boring stuff, letting them really work on the harder stuff. And that can be intimidating though, because a lot of these like basic tasks and basic early, like go and change a button thing is where developers learn. They're like, hey, this is where I learned to understand these things. And it can be intimidating to realize that a lot of that stuff's automated now. Very much think it's important for junior engineers to not just understand, oh, this tool's going to do great things, but also use the tool in a slightly different way. Use it to educate. So use it as a speed up to them learning what different things do. So if you say, hey, I'm going to give you this task to go and update this button, maybe you'll give them a slightly bigger task, which is update this button, but also then go and make it consistent across the website for all other buttons. And then you say, okay, they say, I don't know how to do that. And you say, great, go and ask Copilot how to do it. And then tell me how you plan to do it. Falling asleep. And from that, they've learnt something, but it also gives checks and balances because then they've come back to you with a plan of how they're going to do it. And it gives you input to say, well, no, that's not quite right. Go on and rethink that. Or, oh yeah, that looks good. Go ahead and implement. So, and as they grow with the tool, they'll start to learn where the limits of the tool are. And that's where they start to get productivity boosts because they don't have to now come back to you to be like, is this a good idea? They've learned that it's a good idea. But it's still a very important space and something that we're very aware of, that we don't want to either ignore the junior developers and say, oh, they'll figure it out, or gatekeep them from the tool. It's not a good idea to be like, oh, no, you can only use this tool if you're this tall. You actually need to let them use the tool to work with it as they progress their career. So hopefully answered that.
Yeah, I think it kind of, the best way to look at it is it's giving every developer a peer programmer who is an expert way beyond in everything, basically.
Yep, but also dose of cynicism with that. They may be an expert, but they're not always right. So the best explanation I've had for how to really treat Copilot is it's a really enthusiastic intern. Don't deploy what it gives you to production without checking it.
Yeah.
Another question? Yep.
Not a criticism, but so the model you chose is GPT-4o.
Yep.
So the model you chose there is GPT-4o. How is that different to, going to ChatGPT as a pro version? Or
Yep. So yep.
You find that asking the same question to any model, it answers differently every time.
So as the nature of LLMs, if I ask the same question to O4 again, it will answer differently. It's a non-deterministic answer. But yeah, definitely it's an important thing to understand with models. Some models will respond better than others in different circumstances. Now, I've chosen 4.0 because it was the default in this case. Generally, when I'm doing things in a more technical sense, I will actually use the Claude models. If I'm doing something like planning, the Claude Sonnet thinking model is really good right now. But if I'm doing coding, I will actually go back to 3.5 because 3.5 seems to be a stronger coding model. And really, it's about kind of understanding which models do what for kind of what role, but it's also then personal preference because sometimes, like if I use O1 here, it might give me a really verbose answer. And that might be good if I'm like an architect, like system architect or something. I might really detail. But if I'm working in a startup, I don't want that much detail. I just want to get started. So maybe a more condensed response from GPT-4o or O3 Mini is going to give me that. The other thing to consider with GitHub Copilot, because you do have a prompt and it is trained on slightly different data, so it does have more of that code data in it, you will get differences there as well. But as models get better and become more available, it's always advisable to bounce between the models, see what responses it gives, and really see how that feels as the response comes back to you. So unfortunately, not one size fits all. Yep.
Do you know if there's any major difference between free tier and enterprise apart from like usage limits?
So yeah, so the difference between the free tier and the enterprise tier. So you've got rate limiting, obviously. Enterprise GitHub, so free tier. I don't think you get the chat within GitHub.com. They might have enabled that now, but there are a bunch of different features within the enterprise level that you're not going to get on the free tier, including I think some of these extra models. I don't think you'll get access to on that free tier. The other thing that's important to note with free tier and with basic Copilot is that the data that you're giving it, so the prompts you're sending it and what's coming back, are being recorded to add into training the tool more. But if you're working with something where you don't want that data kept, you need to have a Copilot business or higher model, higher subscription so that they don't keep that data. So free tier, they're definitely going to be harvesting all of that and using that to improve the tool. Cool. I'll just bounce back. I think that was it for the slides, and we already went into questions. So if you have any other questions, because I think I am pretty much out of time here. I'll just check with the timekeeper. Timekeeper's busy taking photos. Okay. Are we good? I got time for another question. Yes.
All right, great. So just to say, I gave a couple of my developers.
Yeah, there we go.
No worries. So I bought Copilot Business for a couple of my developers just to try things out, and it's turned out that I reckon we've increased productivity by about 100% by them using it. So it's been really good. In the meantime, I've been researching sort of simple natural language only tools, and I've been itching to rip my notebook out and log into my Copilot and try this, but I thought I'd ask you, what I'm trying to do is actually do an absolute no-code, natural language request only, complete app development.
Yep.
Now, I've got a tool that does it. Of course, I'm not going to say what it is right now because it's not at the right place, but can I do that with Copilot in VS Code?
Not yet. Not a full, so there is VS Code agent mode, which effectively allows it to, you give it kind of a prompt to say, hey, do this thing and go develop me this. And it will try, it'll keep iterating over and developing code and iterating on what it does. It's not quite at the level where it will just build you an app from nothing straight away, but it is getting close.
Yeah.
But definitely watch this space for that kind of experience. It's certainly something they are considering.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cool. I think that's it. So if you have any other questions, feel free to catch me at some later today, or hit me up on LinkedIn and all those kind of places. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, Will, coming up, mate.
Let's extract.
Yes, untangle you. Get it out of there. Minute. That's all good.
I think we're roughly. No, that's still on time, I think.
Yeah. Good stuff. Alright, put that down the road if you mind. Light mode, fantastic. Alright. And do you need an adapter? Or you got HDMI? Yes. You're all good?
Hold on, I'll need an adapter.
Yeah, cool. So let's pull that way down.
We'll do this one.
Yeah, pull that down. Oh, that's almost in the right spot. There we go. That comfy for you?
Yep.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sweet. All right, you're good.
I think so. Let's have a look. During whether I'm in a position to answer them effectively, I don't know.
Okay.
How are we doing for time? Because we're all good?
Technically, you're not supposed to start until quarter 2, so you're good.
Okay.
That's right, we keep going.
We keep going? All right, sweet, yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier we finish, the earlier we can get out of it, which sounds very pessimistic and not the attitude I wanted to bring at the start of this talk. But okay, before I even actually start, I'm going to test. I always forget to bring this Logitech clicker. So I'm always standing by my computer so I can bash the buttons and make sure it all works. But let's have a look. Awesome, that works, fantastic. Well, pull back the curtain on that immediately. Good afternoon, how are we all? Having a good time? It's a couple of good talks so far. Watch me destroy the vibe that we've got in here. No. My name is Velida. I am a software engineer and Microsoft Azure MVP. Now, for those of you who are a little bit more keen-eyed than your peers, I kind of changed my talk at the last minute. I was going to talk to you fine folks today about building AI workloads on Kubernetes with KAITO. But I'm in the process of some things at work and I couldn't get enough GPUs provisioned in time. So I've done a quick pivot to talk to you today about building MCP servers with .NET. I went to a summit in Seattle, MVP Summit, which was an awesome time with, I see a couple of my friends in the audience who I attended with, and everyone was talking about this thing, MCP. So I was like, okay, awesome, fantastic, another term that I have to try and learn so I can talk about it. So I've built something up very quickly over the past couple of days, and I'm going to show it to you and talk a little bit about MCP. So we're going to take a little bit of a level 100, 200 type talk, so it's not going to be anything too complex. If you do have questions as we go along, feel free to shout out. Someone will bring the microphone to you so the folks online can hear it as well. The folks online can't actually ask questions, can they? No, okay.
Try the meetup page.
Try the meetup page. Awesome, fantastic. So yeah, if you do have questions, do ask. Otherwise, we'll kick into it. So yeah, my name is Velida, lead software engineer at Mantle Group, a consultancy based all around Australia and New Zealand. I'm also a Microsoft MVP specializing in Kubernetes and open source, which sounds very fancy than it actually is. But day by day, I'm a .NET developer, and I also deploy stuff to Azure. And I'm a big sports fan as well. So massive Arsenal fan. Beating Real Madrid the other day was fantastic, brilliant. Inject that into my veins. But I'm also a Carlton Football Club supporter. Less of that, to be honest. And I also love hockey. I went to go and see Seattle Kraken while I was in Seattle. That was awesome. And also NBA as well. So NBA is coming to Melbourne. So, you know, if you do have the chance to get tickets, I do recommend watching it. We're not here to really talk about that. What we're going to cover today, what is MCP? Why should we use it as well? And we'll go into a little bit of the architecture as well. It's nothing too complex, but we'll cover some of the key concepts, if you like. So resources, prompts, and tools. And then I'll show you the little demo that I built calling an API to create an AFL MCP server, which sounds very cool. Or hopefully it sounds cool. Okay, so MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. And it's an open protocol that standardizes how applications provide context to large language models. So if you have ever used ChatGPT, there's a nice chat little interface, and that's essentially you providing context to a large language model. Also with GitHub Copilot, as Dylan demonstrated, as you're coding alongside Visual Studio Code or wherever you like to code, you're providing context using files, directories, all kinds of things to provide context to large language models. And MCP is a protocol that attempts to standardize how applications provide context. So some examples could be enhancing chat interfaces, AI-powered integrated developer environments, and also custom AI workflows. But what's the point? Why do we need this? So MCP actually helps you build agents and complex workflows on top of large language models. So large language models need to integrate with tools and data. And what Model Context Protocol provides is kind of a pre-built list of integrations that large language models can plug into. It also provides us a flexibility to change the underlying large language model that we're using. So we might use Claude for some tasks for, use that as the large language model for some tasks. We might use GPT 4.0. We might use DeepSeek, the people's LLM. And MCP provides us the ability to switch that for us. And also best practices around securing our data within our infrastructure. So here's a nice architecture diagram. So really at its core, MCP follows a client-server architecture where a host application can connect to multiple servers. So let me see if, you won't see this online, but hopefully the pointer works. Yes, it does. We start with hosts, so programs like Claude Desktop, IDEs or AI tools access data through the model context protocols through hosts. And then we have clients, so protocol clients that maintain kind of a one-to-one connection with servers. And then these servers are kind of lightweight programs that expose specific capabilities through the standardized model context protocols. And these servers can connect to a variety of different data sources. So this could be just on your machine. So that could be file directories. It could be any databases. So for those of you who will use SQLite, you might have a database on your local system that you want to connect to, and also remote services as well. So this could be APIs, and I'll show you how that works in a moment. So the term around what kind of data we use is this concept, resources. So that's really, when you think of resources in Model Context Protocol, that's really just data and content that we expose from our server to large language models. And that can represent any kind of data that we want to expose. So like I said, file contents, database records, API responses, live system data, log files, images, so much more. There's also prompts as well. So for those of you who may have worked with tools like Semantic Kernel, has anyone worked with something Semantic Kernel? 2 hands at the back, 1 at the front, another one at the front. Awesome. You guys can have the free stickers. Or yeah, I've also got coasters there. Slight deviation because I've got a lot of time, so I can kind of waste time up here. But there are coasters up here that I've had for about 4 years. Please take them. They're free. Please take them off my hands. They've just been gathering dust in my study, and my fiance's not very happy about it. So please take them. Anyway. Prompts in model context protocols are essentially predefined templates, and using them we can have dynamic arguments, we can pass dynamic arguments to prompts, we can include context from other resources, chain multiple interactions together, guide specific workloads, and surface UI elements such as slash commands. The whole point of that is it's really just an effective way to standardize and share common large language models and the interactions that we have with those large language models. And then finally, tools. So tools in model context protocols allow servers to expose executable functions that can be invoked by clients and used by large language models to perform actions. So using tools, we can actually enhance large language models' capabilities to help them interact with external systems, perform computations, take actions, stuff like that. Cool, so that was a lot of slides, I do apologize. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump into Visual Studio, and I'm gonna build a MCP server that interacts with AFL data. So I've been living in Victoria now for around, 18 months, and trying to integrate and trying to get my head around Victorian culture. I thought, well, I'd try and teach myself what AFL is and try and get my head around it because I'm a rugby union man, so that's what I'm more familiar with. So I was looking for APIs that kind of provide public data on Australian rules. So I found this API that kind of exposes just various different types of data. So I've got teams, games, standings. So if I click into that, click on there, there's some good old JSON. And that's just going to give me some data. So Hawthorn at first, boo. If I go right down to the bottom, I can see Carlton are 16th. That's unfortunate. And I want to be able to kind of call this data so I can actually use it within large language models, or use large language models to kind of enhance this data. So if I go into Visual Studio, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start this. Going to let this run, and then I'm going to use Claude Desktop as my client to actually interact with this MCP server. So that's started. Hopefully it's not going to take too long. Awesome, there we go. Go on. There we go. So now it's running. Fantastic. So I'm going to open up Claude. Hopefully that's all configured correctly. No, it's not. Oh boy. Okay. That's going to be fun. So, since this is not working, I can show you how this is supposed to work. So let me get out of that. I'll leave that running, or won't leave that running, sorry. What I'll do, I'll just project or extend. So I'll keep this on that screen. And what I'm going to do is just open up a command prompt, because the one way that we configure our MCP servers to kind of connect with various different interfaces is through configuration. So I'll just get the actual command that I want. So apologies. My plan was to have it all running perfectly, and then I could just break down the code, but that's fine. So what I'm going to do is, with Claude Desktop, there's like a configuration JSON file that runs. And okay, so essentially when we configure an MCP server, we essentially define the server that we're going to do, connect it to, sorry. So I can have multiple MCP servers working against a chat interface. So this was one for my MCP AFL server. And I want it, since it's just running on my machine, or it's just stored on my machine, sorry, I'm passing it the path, which I will double check to make sure that's still the right path, because I have a funny feeling that it is not. And essentially just run like a .NET run against that project. So it'll run the project and say, it'll pick up some tools and say, okay, fantastic, that's the tools within the MCP that I'm going to be using. So yes, fantastic. I need to just fix the directory, save that. I will keep that open. Just make sure that Claude is actually shut down, because if it is not, then Visual Studio is going to complain to me. So what I'll do, I'll just run that again, make sure that runs. Fantastic. I'll just get that there, so that's running. And now what I'm going to do is open up Claude, and it's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Fantastic. There we go. Woo! All right. Let me get that back up. Cool. So what wasn't happening before, there wasn't this hammer with this little MCP tools available. So I've got this project or this MCP server running, and that's going to expose tools that I can use, which will essentially connect this chat interface, the large language model, with the data that's stored or being served from the Squiggle API. So I've got a whole bunch of tools, so get current standings, get future tips. There is some betting information exposed by this API. Please gamble responsibly if you do. I don't, but you know, if you do, please do gamble responsibly. And I'm not saying that just because we're being streamed, then I'm being serious. And there's a whole bunch of tools here that essentially talk to different APIs. Before I show you the code, let me go in there and ask it a question. So, where did Carlton, get the mouse out of the way, Will, finish in the AFL in 2019? So ask that question. So it's going to go ahead and think, and then hopefully what it should do, it should route that, that request to that tool. So I'm going to allow that, and it's going to go ahead and use that tool, get standings by round and year, and it's going to give me a response. So in 2019, Carlton finished 16th, sounds familiar, winning 7 games and losing 15. And gives me a whole bunch of information. So if I open this up, if it'll let me, which it won't, That's unfortunate. So what I can do, here's one I prepared earlier. And why is it not letting me open now? Anyway, so what it would do if I was to open that, essentially it kind of shows you what parameters were passed to the tool and also the response from the tool, which is helpful for kind of debugging purposes. So if an error was to be served up by it, you could say, oh, okay, the key doesn't exist for a certain property, or the API is down, or for whatever reason. And then kind of the safe response from the, so yeah, I was having trouble with this one earlier, and it will try again, so it will retry different tools, and the large language model will respond saying, okay, I seem to be encountering an error. I'll just revert back to my natural or the underlying large language model. Yeah, and let me try a different one. So let's talk about Collingwood. Who did Collingwood play in the 2020 playoffs? And then hopefully that will route. There we go. Okay, so this is kind of like a multi-step thing that it will do. So essentially, I've asked questions to the large language model. Okay, so who did Collingwood play in 2020 in the playoffs? So first up, it said, okay, let me see where Collingwood finished. Then it will look for the playoff results for 2020, and then it's going to try different things. So let me try by finals week 1. And then check the next week finals. So essentially it said, okay, so Collingwood looks like it's used my MCP tool to gather all the information it requires before it served up a response to me. So here are all the tools that it's used, or MCP tools, and it's essentially come up with an answer. So now that I've got complete information about Collingwood's playoff games, I see in the first week of the finals, they beat the West Coast Eagles, and then in the semi-finals, they lost to Geelong. Lol. Anyway, so that's what it looks like when you're actually interacting with MCP tools within a chat interface. And there's a variety of different mechanisms where you can use MCP tools. Some people are now integrating it with Visual Studio Code, so they're hosting MCP servers through Visual Studio Code. There's also recently support for hosting remote MCP servers in Azure Functions, something which I hope to demonstrate today, just couldn't find the time. And there's also Azure AI, what was it? Not service, Foundry. Foundry, yes, I was paying attention during Lars' session. You can also host MCP servers. I don't think it's available for .NET yet, so I'm a .NET developer. It's mainly for Python. Who's here is a Python developer? A couple of hands up. Okay, cool. So there's support for that. I think MCP support for .NET in AI Foundry is coming, but there's also semantic kernel as well, so you can kind of combine the two together. Anyway, enough of that. Let me show you the code, and I'll stop debugging, and I'll get some real estate going. Okay, so I was told to use light mode. I don't usually use the light mode. I don't know why I'd want to stress that as well. I'm cool. I use dark mode. It's fine. So again, for those who are the .NET developers in the room, okay, cool. There's a few of you. There's nothing too complex going on here. So essentially, this is just a console application. There is integration with, the folks who have created a C# SDK. There is integration with ASP.NET Core, so you can do it there. But this is just a simple console application. So I'm creating the MCP server with standard input and output transport and tools from assembly. So I've got a whole bunch of classes that are representing tools here. Before I jump into them, I'm really just adding a singleton that's connecting to this HTTP client, which is the API that I'm using for my AFL data. So there's nothing too complex here. And then I'm adding just a user agent to the request headers, just identifying it as a MCP AFL server. So again, nothing too complex here. With Azure Functions, it's very similar as well. So you add tools from your assembly, or you can add specific tools from specific directories. But again, if I take the, which one do I show you? I'll show you the game response. So again, this is just essentially a class that's representing the response that I'm getting back from the API. Nothing too complex here. I've got property names and I'm just annotating them using system.text.json, so the property names that are coming back from the API. And then if I jump into game tools, this is where kind of the magic / plumbing is really happening. So here I'm saying, okay, these game tools are a tool type from that annotation there. And then I'm defining my tools within this games tools class. So I'm saying for this, we're getting a game result. So game, and microphone's still on, fantastic. I felt myself skip out for a second, but that's cool. Again, I'm just passing through the HTTP client that I've instantiated, that I've created here within my program CS file. And then I'm just making a call to that endpoint. So essentially what will happen is the large language model will just use the tools to say, okay, I'm looking for specific results from a played game. I'm going to kind of translate that into an integer for a game ID. So this talks to the underlying API. So if I go back into that, and let me just get that back there, because now I'm working on multiple screens. Oh, go up to games. Sorry, I'm trying to find the particular endpoint, so I'll kind of show you. So yeah, it's seen that game ID is a parameter. So when I go back into there, it's essentially going to say, okay, I'm going to use this game ID to go back into to get the game response as well. We can expose different tools that speak to different endpoints. So this is a particular round and year. So if I actually go back into this, I could say, what was the result between Carlton and Collingwood in 2019? Or I'll say 2020 actually. And okay, Claude is under. Cool, okay, so I'm using the free version of this because I'm cheap, so it's unable to respond to my message. But essentially what would have happened, trust me, believe me, bro, is that it would have taken that, used the tool to say, okay, get the result from that game, passed it into kind of like a game ID, and then resurfaced the response from there. It may have used multiple tools to try and get to that response, so tools can actually work kind of in sequence to get the information that you need to respond to your query. Awesome. Okay, so how am I doing for time? I have 8 minutes. Fantastic. What else can I show you? I'll tell you what. I can show you where this all kind of started. So, the support, well, the C# SDK came out not too long ago, I don't think. As with anything in AI, it all started with Python. For those of you who don't develop in C#, there's an SDK for Java, Python, TypeScript, Kotlin. Any Kotlin developers in the room? No, I didn't think so. No, I'm joking. But there's also, you know, a Rust SDK. There's always a Rust SDK in open source, so, and also Swift as well. So this is github.com Model Context Protocol. Some different types of service. So the server that I showed you today is very basic. It's just basically making API calls, and we're using that to connect to an API and to help the LLM use that as context. But this is a cool little GitHub repository, awesome MCP service from PunkPy, or I hope I'm saying that right. I hope it doesn't mean anything else. And there's a whole different bunch of servers that folks have created. So looking at some gaming ones, so an MCP server for Unity 3D game engine interaction for game development, that'd be pretty cool. There's also knowledge and memory, location services, marketing, monitoring, stuff like that. So we can use MCPs to connect with a variety of different data sources to provide context to large language models. There's some interesting ones here. So, Logfire MCP provides access to open telemetry traces and metrics through Logfire. That might be interesting. And there's also a Raygun one as well. Cool, fantastic. So, if you want to learn more about this, I suggest coming here. So here there's some quick starts, which I use quite a bit of to try and develop my AFL one. There's also one for clients, so you can actually develop your own clients as well. So I tried building a console application and trying to integrate that with semantic kernel. Didn't do too well, otherwise I'd be showing you folks how that works. But essentially you can build your own clients that then interact with MCP service, which is pretty cool. Awesome. So let me go to my slides. And I'll go to the actual one. I always mess that up. Anyway. So thanks for listening. I appreciate that was very level 100, 200. I've been playing around with this for around about a week. If you want to connect with me, I'm on Blue Sky, Velida.com. I also do some stuff for YouTube. I talk about a variety of different things, so Kubernetes, open source, AI. And if you want the code for this, please check it out on GitHub. Please fork it, clone it, raise issues, and collaborate on it, and just use it as a playground if you want to learn more about model context protocols and you want to build a living, breathing app for it. Awesome, thank you.
Questions, party people?
Questions, roastings. Just don't throw chairs. That's my metric. That's my metric for successful talks. No one threw anything at me. Not that that's ever happened. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Will. A couple of quick questions, but I think you answered. The first one was, I was going to ask, was that Anthropic's MCP? But it's obviously, is it?
Yes.
It is Anthropic's, okay.
Yeah.
Secondly, how does it know which tool to use? I'm trying to wrap my head around, like you've asked a question, you've got 7 or 8 tools available. How does it know, is it using natural language to say, okay, it's asked me a question about who's the winner of this game, which tool do I use to go get that data from the MCP?
So all of these tools, if I just go back into the code, I'm registering that through my kind of program class. So all of those tools are kind of registered on application startup. Now there is a method within the Anthropic client that you can actually list all the tools available to you. So when Claude starts up, it'll say, okay, it will actually execute that in the background going, okay, these are all the tools available to me. It may not get to the right tool straight away, depending on what kind of question you've asked it. It might have to use several tools to kind of get to the right answer. But all of these tools that I've registered here and annotated throughout all of these different classes, they get registered and they're all available for the large language model to use. The underlying large language model will go, okay, I'm going to determine which one based on the question that you've asked.
Right, so you haven't got any logic that does it, it's the
No.
LLM that
No,
decides.
all the tools really do is say, okay, here's kind of this API endpoint or data endpoint or data source. This is how I want you to kind of route the response to and expose the response. And it's really left up to the large language model to kind of decide, okay, which tool I'm going to be using based on the tools that's been exposed.
Okay, thanks, great.
Thank you, Will.
Was there one at the back?
One at the back.
Can it do events, like, you know, if you have a code that actually asks a question underneath, can you write code to actually do some events, like updating a database?
I'm not entirely sure.
But it's running code, right? It's just, or whatever that you are doing, whatever you're asking, you can write whatever underneath code, I guess, technically.
I'm not
give
too
a
sure.
response and say.
Maybe. I mean, if there was some kind of logic within the tool saying, okay, depending on this, go and execute that. I mean, maybe. It's not something I've tested in anger, so I don't really know.
Cool, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Will.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
So we are a bit ahead of schedule, which is good. Just means that you guys all get first dibs at pizza and Subway and stuff. Next up we have Ronak. Ronak, you're taking us through Genie wizard thing in Databricks?
Yes.
Yeah, so a little bit more shifting to that data analytics side, talking about how we can leverage language models and AI capabilities in a more analytical way.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Cool. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today's topic is talking to our data directly, building conversational AI with two tools. First is Fabric Data Agents, and the other one is Databricks Genie. So first of all, how many of you have heard of or used Databricks Genie? 1, 2, cool. Fabric Data Agents? Cool. So I can say anything and you'll believe me. Okay. Fabric Data Agents used to be called AI Skills up until a few days ago when they renamed it. As Lars said, Microsoft loves to rename things. They renamed it at the FabCon, the Fabric Community Conference, and now it's called Fabric Data Agents, which is more apt of a name than AI Skills, as we'll see in a minute why. So there's just a little meme there that in the future, AI will pass Turing tests, but humans will fail it. A little about me. I am a data and AI engineer at Arinco. I work with James and William, who organized this event. So if you don't like me, they are the ones to blame. I attended the Global Bootcamp last time as an attendee, here this time as a speaker. And yes, I will fight anyone who says SQL is out or dead. It's very much here. And I see the irony in that given what my topic is. But yes, SQL is here to stay. Cool. Just the agenda. Introduction, what the tools are about, why do we need them, what are the pros and cons of each tool, how do they compare with each other, and then, yeah, just a little live demo if everything permits. So setting the scene, why do we need more chatbots? Like it seems we get more chatbot every other week. Like we have Clippy from a few years ago, now we have Copilot, and then GitHub Copilot and this Copilot, and then you have all bunch of different Copilots within Fabric, like Copilots for data warehousing, data science, machine learning, AI. Why did we need a separate conversational AI called Fabric Data Agents and or Databricks Genie? Like Databricks already has something called Assistant, which helps you with codes, notebooks, whatever. So why did we need a separate tool? And how are they different? So like I'll present a few scenarios here just to prove the usefulness of the tools that we'll discuss today. Like why do we need this? Like consider this scenario that you have a retail chain and they are considering expanding, and a few people want answers to these questions. Like the first one, regional managers need quick sale insights. Now you might have data analysts in your organization, but if your organization is small to medium, you might not be able to afford like 10 data analysts who will answer your questions at whim. Like if you want an answer that is not already present in one of your existing reports, to go through the whole process of requesting a report, getting the report approved, getting the report made, and then you have the insight in front of you, and you don't know SQL, so you cannot just query the database and get the answer for yourself. So what do you do in that case? How do you get that insight quickly? Like when they say data-driven decisions, how do you make data-driven decisions faster, quickly? Another scenario, store managers want product performance live. So now we might have seen at Woolies and Coles, they have live pricing, like the digital pricing tags. How do they have it? Like if someone wants answer, okay, what's the average buy rate of tier-free onions at Woolies? How do you get that? You don't know SQL well enough to find that answer for yourself. Marketing wants real-time feedback, supply chain people need instant stock data, whatever. What do you do when everyone comes to you at the same time? If you are a data analyst, this is your nightmare. Another scenario, you are a small to medium tech startup. You have tech people, but your team is not big enough to sort of fulfill all your needs. So if the finance team wants to forecast revenue, again, they're a finance team, they're not the tech people of your startup. Product owners want to analyze user behaviors, what users are clicking on, what screen they are jumping from, whatever. How do you get this data quickly? Another one, healthcare provider network. So you might have seen with Monash Health or Royal Melbourne Hospital, they have this live Power BI reports which tell you the average waiting time. Like when you walk in there, the average waiting time is 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. But that's a set report format. What if you wanted another KPI, another benchmark, another answer that's not included in the report? You can't go build the report then when you want the answer. So that is why we have something called data agents and or Databricks Genie, depending on which tool you are using or which tool you want to use. So what's the difference between, like, what's the core difference between these tools and the Copilots that we have? So like Assistants, GitHub Copilot, Windows Copilot, Azure Copilot, whatever. What's the main difference? So the main difference is the tools that we'll discuss today, the Fabric Data Agents and Databricks Genie, they're very customizable. You can customize them, you can sort of train them, so to speak, with your custom prompts, custom instructions, and sample queries. Whereas the Copilots that you have, they only have like the local context window. So in the previous session, we saw that if I'm chatting with ChatGPT, only context that ChatGPT has is what I provide in that chat window. It doesn't know, like I can't give it overall instructions, overall examples or whatever, right? So that's one key difference. Another is the tools that we are talking about, they are standalone artifacts. So like you can have Genie by itself, it'll work by itself. You can have data agents by itself and it'll do its own thing in isolation. Whereas Copilots are helping you do things in other things. So like as we saw with GitHub Copilot session, GitHub Copilot is helping you do things in your code. Databricks Assistant will help you do things in Databricks notebooks or whatever. But these tools, they work by themselves. So that's like, these are the two key differences. And the exact opposite stands true for Copilots, is they are not customizable and they usually work with other things, not by themselves. So first, let's start with Fabric Data Agents, or like I said, AI skills as it was called a few days ago. So what is Fabric Data Agents? This is the official definition from Microsoft. It's a new Fabric feature that allows you to build conversational AI with your data sources. In other words, it's just a chatbot wrapper on top of your data. So it's like you are talking with your data, and hence the name of the session. You're talking with your data directly. What are the prerequisites for data agents? And some of these will change in the coming weeks, if not months. First is you need a paid F64 or higher Fabric capacity SKU. Now, for those who don't know, that's pretty steep. So like if I remember correctly, F64 currently in Australia, it's like 16,000 Australian dollars per month. So you need that just to be able to access this feature. But that is going to change by the end of this month. According to announcements at FabCon, they are removing all the restrictions for Copilot and AI capabilities in Fabric. Regardless of your SKU, you can use those features. But as it stands today, at the time of writing, you need F64 or higher to access Fabric Data Agents. And then the other are just your tenant settings, which allow Copilot, geo-replication, geo-searching, all those things. So you need to enable those settings. Like I said, Microsoft is saying it, I'm not saying it. They'll make it free by the end of this month. Not free, sorry. They'll make it available to all SKU by the end of this month. But as of now, you need F64 or higher. So how does it work behind the scenes? What does it do? When you ask a natural language query of Fabric Data Agents, it goes through these steps. Now you can read these steps, but I'll just summarize it in little detail. Is it parses the query, it makes sure it's safe according to the AI regulations, responsible AI structures, whatever. It identifies the data source that's needed to answer your query. It parses your query according to one of those three tools. So as you can see, one is natural language to SQL, other one is natural language to DEX, that's for semantic models, Power BI data sources, and the last one is natural language to KQL. So Custo query languages for Event House or ADX, Azure Data Explorer. How many of you have used Custo? 1, 2, that's nice. So it does that as well. So if you have real-time data sources like Event House, data agents will work with Event House as well. So if you have data sitting in your Event House, you can just ask questions in natural language query. It'll go fetch the data and bring the data to you. And then based on the tool that's selected, it it generates the query, it executes the query, and then it returns the results to you in like a nice little format. So that's essentially what it does. Pros, why is this good? So it only does read-only things, so it does not generate, update, delete, insert queries. So you can be sure that regardless of what you ask or what someone asks of it, it won't modify your existing data. So like if someone asks that, okay, give me this data, but change this to that or add this to that, it won't do it. You can be rest assured. Another thing is it has access permissions to match the access permissions to the actual user. So if I have access to data sources A, B, and C, and if I ask a questions that require access to data source D, I won't get that answer. It'll match my permissions. It'll infer that this user has access to limited data sets, and this information requires access that he doesn't have, and my request will be denied. So that's another pro. And this is also true when you consume the last point. I find that particularly impressive, as Lars was just showing us that you can consume data agents using AI Foundry, Copilot Studio, Fabric notebooks, whatever. So the permissions will still apply when you use it outside Fabric settings. So even if you use it from AI Foundry, it still applies. If you don't have access to that data set, it will use your Entra authentication. If you don't have access to a data source, you will be denied. Now, what are the cons? First is this feature is in preview, so please do not use it in production settings, goes without saying. Another is you can't add more than 5 data sources at the moment. So if you have like 10 lake houses, you can't have all 10 lake houses in the same data agent. You can only add up to 5. I'm pretty sure they'll remove that restriction, or at least extend that in the coming weeks, months. Another is it doesn't scan unstructured data sources. So if you have a PDF, a CSV, text, JSON, images, whatever, data agents do not work with those yet. One is it doesn't understand non-English language queries. So you can't query in Spanish or any other languages, which Databricks Genie does, by the way, we'll see in a second. And you can't change so unlike GitHub Copilot where you can choose that, okay, use Claude or use GPT-4, GPT-O, whatever, you can't do that with data agent. It decides which LLM to use to infer the question, parse the query, bring the results. You cannot choose that. So these are the cons. Let's do a live demo. Cool. All right. Oh, I need Wi-Fi, obviously. Sorry about that. Cool. All right. So this is the Lakehouse data agent. I've attached a Lakehouse here. We'll see how to create one from scratch, but I've already created one here. Let's try creating one from scratch. So this is my folder where I have a Lakehouse, Event House, already 2 existing data agents. Let's create one more. So it's as simple as go to new item, data agent, and then just give a name. Demo data agent. Cool. You add your data sources. So let's say I want both. Let's just start with Lakehouse, add. It'll validate if this Lakehouse can be added to this data agent. And off we go. And now you can select, this is another nice thing about it. So even if you have one Lakehouse which has like 50 tables, you can have 2 data agents with different tables running on the same Lakehouse. So if you have a finance team and a marketing team, and if you want them access to different tables, different data sets, you can create two data agents with different permissions, different data sources, and it'll work accordingly. So you select what tables you want, and then I'll just click on get started. Cool. And then you just ask the questions of the data you have selected. Now, going back to the agent that I already have, Lakehouse data agent. So now, as you can see, I'm using the sample AdventureWorks. Just a second. Lakehouse data agent. Oh. Something is wrong. Data source has been renamed. Oh. Who renamed the data source? Oh wait, just a second. I think I know what's happening. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Remove, yes. Add Lakehouse. Cool. I'll just select the tables I want: account, customer, date, product, category, promotion, sales, reason. I'm just selecting tables at random. And that's it. Now, another good thing about this is it allows you to extend the data agent by letting you prompt engineer it. So you can feed it custom instructions regarding your data sources or just how to behave in general. I've given it quite lengthy instructions here that this is how you infer the hierarchy of the product and the dim product. How do you calculate date, context, what are the geography and territory, tables, whatever. And then once that's done, then I am also telling it how to explain the results, what filters to suggest, whatever. So you can have that. And it allows you to train it further by giving sample SQL queries. So you can have sample questions along with sample SQL queries for it to learn from. So when you ask another question, it refers to your data sources, your instructions, and your sample SQL queries before coming up with a SQL query of its own. And you can export and import JSON list, which is another nice feature. So I just imported 4 sample questions and 4 SQL queries. And done. And once you have tried it locally, so let's just ask a sample question. All right. Cool. There are 25 orders that include more than 5 products. And it analyzed it, and here's the SQL query that it came up with. Count distinct sales order number where order quantity greater than 5. Now, obviously, whoever wanted answer to this question could not come up with this SQL query on its own because they're a non-technical person. But you ask the question here, and it answers you. That's essentially the offering that Microsoft's giving us. Let's try another question. Cool. How many orders were placed by repeat customers versus first-time customers? Oh wow, can't believe it worked. Cool. So repeat customers, 16,000 orders, and first-time customers, 36,000 orders. Now you can see the value in this tool that someone from business team, they want answers to their questions quickly. They can just come in here and ask questions in natural language and have their questions answered without worrying about, okay, when will the analyst team create a report for me? When will I get this answer? When will I get this report approved? Whatever. Direct hotline to your data. So going back to the slides. Cool. So the recap essentially is you need to ingest your data. Now, in this example, I ingested the sample AdventureWorks Lakehouse. It's available for free on Microsoft GitHub. Just type AdventureWorks Lakehouse database. It gives you like whole heaps of tables with good quality, good amount of data. You need to scale your capacity up to F64. Again, this restriction will be removed in the next few weeks. Create a data agent, attach your sources, select the lake houses or KQL or whatever, select the tables you want, add custom instructions and sample queries. I cannot recommend this step enough. Even though it's not mandatory, I think the product team should make it mandatory. Like you should not be able to have your data agent without custom instructions and sample queries. It just makes the results so much better. And test it with a few questions, and once you're verified, just publish it, and you're done. Cool. Now, cool. All right, I don't think we'll be needing this. Any questions for Fabric data agents before we move on to Databricks Genie? Yes. Yeah.
So can you add an agent to an agent?
Sorry?
Can you add an agent to an agent? So as a source, add an agent or two agents. So they will kind of be under umbrella of one agent. So you want to kind of manage other agents while having one agent as a root, or like something to manage the whole agent things.
Yeah, so the question was, can you add agent as a source to another agent? The simple answer is no. You can only add 3 types of things: lakehouse, KQL, lakehouse or warehouse, so your relational sources, KQL, so your real-time sources, and semantic models. These are the only 3 types of things you can add to your data agent, not another data agent. Good question. Any? Yes. You're next.
When it becomes more available so you can put more data into it, how do you know you can trust the results? Because if you have really big databases, and especially if you're not technical, how do you know you can trust it?
So that will always be in question, and anytime any AI system gives you an answer, it'll always sort of have a disclaimer that this is AI generated, please verify, whatever. So yeah, and even if you are chatting with like chatbot on any commercial website, it'll have that disclaimer. So I guess there's no 100% guarantee ever, but yeah, I think the more people use it, the better it'll get. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes?
Is it available in the southeastern region? Sorry. Is it available in the southeastern region?
That is a good question. I'm not sure. The answer is no, not yet.
No, because the Genie isn't either, I don't believe.
Yes, so I think that's a secondary region in Australia. Everything goes to the other region first. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Follow-up question, right? Can I use it for any data quality purposes as well? To enhance my data quality. Right now, I don't know what's there in it. So it's giving me, I can't trust it, right? That's where. But is it a way I can use this agent to provide some data quality? Example, deduplication, those kind of things.
So is it you get your data from source A and then you compare it with results from data agent?
Yeah, so example, right, if I'm getting my data from source A, and then I run an agent on it, right? Can I use that for some deduplication? It's one of the most common problems we see with data, right?
Yeah, I think this is targeted at non-technical people. So like, yeah, I don't think data engineering is an intended use case of this service. Yeah. So like if you want to do deduplication or streaming or whatever, I don't think this is the service for that. Yeah. Any other question? Yes.
Should I ask a question?
Yes.
Now you explained about the data agents actually only be able to query and no other deletions. But if you look at the back office stuff, and if you look at the access log, what is the user context that has been accessed that data? Can we look at that you access it, or is it an agent access it? Like when the query is actually run and executed, and if someone wants to see who accessed this data in the logs, of course in the SQL logs or whatever the data source, if it's logged, the user context, is it you access it or the agent access it?
That's a really good question. I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that, but that's a really good question. I'll try and find the answer and I'll put it up on LinkedIn or wherever, or in the meetup, but that's a great question.
Yeah, we worked
so the question was, if the agent runs the select query, does agent's service principal or whatever identity goes under that select query, or does my identity as someone who's running the agent goes under that query? Great question. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer. Yeah. Any other question? Cool. Before we move on to Databricks, I'll actually also show you the demo of how the data agents consume real-time data. So like KQL database with Event House. So this is another data agent, Event House data agent. I've added Event House. Again, this is also from the sample data of the NYC TechC dataset. I'm sure many people are familiar with that dataset, sample data. And as you can see, I've already asked it a bunch of questions. Rank the days of the week in order of the least busy to busiest for the last month. It couldn't do it. And then which day of the week is the busiest? It couldn't do that as well. But you can see it tried. It came up with KQL query on its own, but it couldn't figure out the relationships. And this is where custom queries, like the sample queries and data instructions will come in handy, where you can sort of overload it with some context. Yep. Moving on to Databricks Genie. Cool. What is Databricks ABI Genie? It's similar offering to data agents, but from Databricks instead of Fabric. That allows business teams to interact with your data for non-technical people. Again, not aimed at data engineering or any of the technical stuff, just people who do not have the SQL or Python competency for them to be able to get access to their data. What it does is, unlike data agents, which uses a single model, it uses a compound AI system, which is very unique to Databricks. You can Google Databricks compound AI system and you get like a nice little blog, which goes into the detail. So when you submit the question, it parses the request, sees it, it decodes it, rephrases it in its own language, and sees what data source it has. Now the benefit of this is, because it's in Databricks, it has that inbuilt governance layer of Unity Catalog. How many people are familiar with Unity Catalog here? Yes, cool. So it has that added benefit of governance and security settings passing through. Am I out of time? Am I out of time? Oh, cool. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, so it has that added benefit. And these are the things that it looks at before answering your query. We'll also see live in a demo. But these are the things that it looks at. When you ask a question in natural language query, it looks at the table metadata. And again, everything is stored in the information schema of Unity Catalog. So that's what makes it like great right out of the gate. And you'll just see how much better it is than Fabric data agents in a second when we see the demo. So pros. The first pro is it doesn't need F64 or higher. So it's much cheaper, like just this feature by itself. It's much cheaper than Fabric data agents, at least the way it stands now. Another is, like I said, it inherits the permission and governance settings from Unity Catalog. So again, the same thing applies as data agents. If you don't have access to a catalog or table in Unity Catalog, and if you ask a question that requires access to those things, you'll be denied. And this is, I feel, something that's really lacking in the Fabric data agents, is it auto-selects a smart visual. So rather than giving your answer in a simple table, it creates a chart for you, and it auto-selects the type of chart based on your data. So if your data requires a stacked column chart, it'll select that. If you need a simple bar chart, it'll select that. So that's a great feature. And another pros is REST APIs for Databricks Genie can be consumed outside Databricks. This is not available in Fabric data agents, as we'll see in a second when I do the comparison. REST APIs for data agents can only be used from within Fabric notebooks. I'm sure they'll open it up to outside environments, but as of now, it cannot be used outside Fabric. Cons. This feature is in preview. Again, same as data agents, do not use it in productionized settings. And you can't change the LLM that the Genie uses, just like data agents. You don't get to select that, okay, use O4, O3, Claude, whatever. Cool, live demo again. There we go. All right. Oh, I'll just start the warehouse. That'll take a second. Meanwhile, again, the same process as data agent. When you create a new, you go to Genie, you create a new Genie space, And then you create a Genie space. It asks you to select the data sources that you want this Genie space to have context of, and it'll only be able to answer questions. Cool. It'll only be able to answer questions around these data sources. So as you can see, again, I have the same AdventureWorks table there, customers, address, product, whatever. As you can see, it doesn't have the table of promotions. So if you ask any questions about promotions, it won't be able to answer that because it doesn't have that data. It's not looking at that data. And again, instructions. It supports Markdown instructions. LLMs love Markdown, so use Markdown instructions to better prompt engineer your Genie space. And just like data agents, it also supports sample SQL query. So you can see I've added 7, 8 sample questions along with SQL queries. This will help it ground itself with some extra context when it tries to come up with its own SQL queries. Let's look at some answers. Which products have never been sold, for example. Oh, looks like the data warehouse is up. Cool. Monitoring. Oh, there we go. Go to conversation. So it's coming up with the query, and then you'll see what it does behind the scenes. This is the SQL query it came up with, and then these are the products that have never been sold. And if I, where's the other question? Just a second. Questions. Cool. There's a question that tricks it. I'm hoping they might have fixed it by now, this one. Cool. And new chat and submit. So what are the top 3 product categories by order quantity? Let's see. Now it automatically knew it had to look at the product category and the product table. And here's the result. These are the 3 categories that are the top 3 in terms of order quantity. Going back to the presentation. Recap, just like data agents, you create the Genie space, you add your data sources from your Unity catalog, you add custom instructions and sample queries, you test it with a few questions, and you don't even need to publish it, it's already live. Cool, I don't think we need these. Demo worked. And yes, so this, I saw this blog where someone, again, this is in Spanish. I think it's in French. Yeah, cool. But someone created a Microsoft Teams integration using Genie. So like now imagine access to your data right from within Teams. So like your retail team, finance team, marketing team, whatever, they can ask questions directly to your data from within Teams. This is not supported of Fabric data agents yet. Like I said, Fabric data agents can only be consumed from within Fabric as of now, but Genie allows this. So yeah, this is a nice little use case that someone can use. Cool. And yeah, Genie bot demo. I don't think we have time for that. Any questions? Oh, cool. I will show the demo then. Cool. So this is the Python app that is powering, okay, I'll just switch to light mode so it's better. Just a second. Cool. And run this. Cool. And now I have access to the Genie app, Genie API outside Databricks environment. And you can imagine the versatility of such a tool where you can integrate data from Databricks, from CSV, you have your Azure Cognitive Services, AI Foundry models. You can consume data from all your sources, have it running in one bot framework and get answers to all your questions right from here. So if I ask a question, same question here, how many orders, whatever. Cool. So now while it's sending the question or whatever, we can see it's doing the same thing that we did manually using the API. So if I go to history, you can see it created this question, how many orders were placed, whatever. This was created now by the API. And first time customers 32. It returned those results and it says first time customers 32, and it also gave a nice little description. This currently is not possible using data agents. You cannot use data agents outside Fabric. But yeah, this is a nice little use case. And the same app was further like integrated into MS Teams as the screenshot that we just saw. It's the same app. But you can just Google Databricks Genie app and you'll get this. It's free. Any questions on that? Cool. That's it. Just a little comparison. Fabric only, you can have a KQL database. It offers a published endpoint that you can consume from API. It supports Fabric notebook integration and AI Foundry integration that Lars mentioned in his first session. It offers a C# SDK and a JavaScript SDK, which Databricks does not. With Databricks, like I said, it has that smart visualization. It creates bar graphs, stack, column, whatever. Fabric doesn't do that. You can only get a simple table, no charts or visualizations as of yet. And Databricks supports drag and drop CSV file upload. So in your Genie space, you can upload a CSV that you have locally and ask questions of that CSV. And if you remember, one of the cons for Fabric Data Agents was it does not support unstructured data sources yet. And both have, obviously, the core offering is this Q&A style natural language processing, custom instructions and simple SQL queries, both of them allow it. They both have Python SDKs and REST APIs, and they're both in preview.
Do you know when they're going to come out of preview?
They only announced public preview of API like a month ago, so I think it'll take, like for Databricks Genie, and they recently rebranded data agents, so I don't think they're coming out of, but Fabric features are coming out of preview very fast. So yeah, I think the more the people use it and fix it and give feedback for, the faster it'll be. But yeah, there are no official announcements. Yes?
One second. Yeah.
Sorry, just a second. No, good.
So, for the access permission of the for users or things like that, that's where Databricks does something?
For Databricks? Yep. The question is, does Databricks manage user permissions?
Yeah, the access permission.
Yeah. Like Unity Catalog is baked in there, so it carries down that permissions. So if Unity Catalog has 10 tables, you only have access to 5 of them. And if you ask a questions that requires the other 2, which you don't have access to, you'll be denied. So the permissions and governance, that's, I think, the key offering of Unity Catalog, that everything is baked in, governance, security, permissions, and it gets carried down to your Genie spaces. Yeah. All good? Any other question? Cool. Thank you. That was me.
Thanks, everyone. So we've got food, some here, some in the Uber on the way here. So we've got some food and drinks outside. We will have our next session at 6:30. At 6:30. Bill, I'm going to wreck this. There we go. Next session at 6:30. I think it's a security-related one, Pouya, correct? No, you're not. I'll have to look at the agenda. Between now and 6:30, we will have a few of the RMIT students who are here today presenting their hackathon. So for those of you who are not aware, there was a bunch of RMIT students over the last fortnight who ran a AI hackathon, developed their own interesting solutions. I was part of the judging panel and I was shocked at the high quality. So some really impressive talent coming out of RMIT. We'll go through their solutions, what they presented, what they developed, and what they learned. So yeah, thanks all for coming along. We'll chat soon.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3.
So that we can have a system people can easily choose.
So much stuff.
You're good?
Yeah.
And then there is a mic. Organizer will give you the mic. Yeah. Once you guys start, and they're going to do.
I can make a try.
Huh?
Right now, can you try the slides?
cellular
Images.
microscopic image in.
Yep.
And yeah, let the AI do its thing. Yeah, you can
So
see
there's
whether it's
classifications.
malignant
Yeah,
or
malignant,
benign.
benign.
Yeah.
Just hide it. It's okay. In the conclusion, you
Wait,
can
wait,
say.
wait, wait, wait. Where is the channel?
Oh, it's already hidden. It's already hidden. No, it's already hidden.
Wait.
There, I hid it.
Wait, I'm just going through it, everything.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Okay, whatever happens. Let's focus on the live demo.
They can leave it in the Q&A. Like, if
Yeah, one second.
Alright, so you're present. In a bit, yes. Yeah, so you're the lung tech. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Plug your laptop in. Yeah. Hey, Bill. Testing. Yeah. All right. Now, how long did you need?
Are we starting now?
In a sec, yeah. Around 5-6 minutes. Cool. Do you want this or this? One's on your lapel, it's easier. That one you have to remember to put it here. I think I just...
Where's another one?
I have no clue.
We don't need to test it right now because he might go into the studies.
I think it's over. I think he shit. Okay.
Do I need to get?
I have no. you guys wanna try plugging in? Yeah.
That's okay.
So what did you guys create? Oh, what did you guys create?
We create like a student learning AI assistant kind of thing.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
You can have like notes on the TV. They're not gonna reorganize your
Yes,
on the how good is their presentation.
Oh, thank you.
You
can fight over how to split the card. Okay. 50 to 500. Damn. Okay.
We don't know how much.
I mean, let's see, I guess. 5-year expiry. Oh, there's a lot, yeah.
All right. Bill, we good? Golden. So yeah, thanks all for taking the time to sit in the room and listen to the students. For those of you who are not aware, over the last week, 9 days, RMIT's Microsoft Enthusiast Club, the MEC I think it is now, have run a AI hackathon where the students have come together, formed teams, and built AI solutions. There was a judging panel. We have our 3 top placed teams now here to present. Overall, really quite impressive. I was quite shocked at the quality coming out of these students. I was like, I know full-time developers who can't write code that good. So yeah, without further ado, I'll throw it over to our 3rd place submission, Lung Heal. They developed a really innovative solution for their lessons, what they developed, and the learnings of the hackathon.
Okay, thank you. So our team is Lung Heal. We provide diagnostic imaging AI tool for lung images for patients and doctors. So a bit about our team. So one of our guys is called Jeremiah. He's a freelance developer. He wants to be a software developer and an AI developer. He is currently in Africa right now, so he can't attend this event. So for me, I am Joven. I'm doing my master's in IT at RMIT. I am a full stack and software developer-ish, still trying to get there. I want a career where I'm not just writing code, but solving human problems through technology. Yep.
Hello, I'm Dhan, and currently I'm studying Masters of AI at RMIT University, and then this is my final year. The thing is, similar to my friend here, I'm also interested in AI, particularly I would say LLM. So far, I have been exploring more about LLMs, and then this we have also like included the models project. So yeah, so here we start.
Thank you. Okay, so an introduction. Our project is called LungHeal, like what I said just now, an AI-powered web app for detecting lung cancer from histopathology images. So like that image right there. Unlike traditional diagnostic tools like X-rays or CT scans, LungHeal empowers doctors and patients to upload actual tissue sample images and receive fast, accurate predictions based on deep learning models. So for our problem statement, the problem that we are tackling is the slow, time-consuming, and often inaccessible diagnosis of lung cancer. In many parts of the world, accurate diagnosis still relies heavily on manual analysis of histopathology slides, which can be very time-consuming, error-prone, and requires access to experienced specialists. What inspired us to create this project was learning about how histopathology images contain so much hidden information, and yet most AI solutions focus on X-rays or CT scans. We thought, why not bring AI to where the real diagnosis happens, the cellular level? Plus, a family member of mine was affected by lung cancer, and I saw how long diagnosis took. That experience made me wonder, what if AI can assist pathologists by...
It helped our project, the model, to reduce the computing time and all.
Okay, so for the tech stack that we used, for our front end, we use React and CSS. Back end, we use Django and Python. AI model use...
They haven't processed these large images, and then that is like making the model to go into it's not buffering well at all, because of large image files. So if we could make this large image files or process it into in such a way that our model can compute it in a a short duration of time or within no time. So in that case, both for the UI, at the back end, front end, as well as at the back end, it will be very efficient and effective for the user as a whole. So how? Let me go to the next thing. So that's the impact and the use case. So I've just told you it can be used by doctors, patients, and researchers. Researchers, how they can use it. In that case, our model, it can form as a reference for the researchers. They can pick the particular model and how it's performing. And the next thing, they can also improve what we have. They can find the research gap as in our model, and then they can improve for the better usage. So this the next one is the future improvement. So basically we have 4 out here, but we can we can go up to many things. So basically, first one is also explainable AI. Though we have designed the UI or the UX for this project, but the thing is still people they need to know what our model is really it's really doing inside. So for that we have to design or we have to put something inside our UI or even at the back end, so we can explain how things are going and how what's the mechanism we are based with this one. And the next thing is a collaboration. So right now, this is just a hackathon project. So we really want to collaborate with the medical institutions if possible, and then get the feedbacks on our model. Because this model, we have tried, it's giving a good, really a good amount of accuracy, and that really makes us feel we need to take it to the more extent, so that we can collaborate with at least some of the medical institutions. So, and then when it comes to data privacy, right now we haven't dealt with this one at all, because data privacy, it requires a lot of encryptioning, and then the medical compliance things, because especially with regard to this medical compliance, we don't have much knowledge on this. So we really hope to extend more knowledge on this regard. So next one is a demo that we have prepared a short demo here.
The project to be able to diagnose lung images from histopathology. We're going to train the images and it can detect from these 3 categories.
Actually, this was presented by our
so that we can have
lead, Jeremy.
People can easily choose.
this is how we trained our model. That is lung-trained.py. This is the Kaggle dataset that we collected, and it's running right now. So after that, so it passes all those things. So you can see here, these are all the evaluation metrics we have got, both in terms of precision as well as the confusion metrics. And then, okay, so this is the trial. So here we pick the image, certain image, and then upload there. So and it just classifies. All right. I think it classifies in this column. So before that, just want to show. Is it here? You can see here we can select any model from 3 of those: Inception V3, MobileNet, and then DenseNet. But what we have found is right now this Inception V3 is performing better, better than the other model. But we can see into this.
The project to be able to diagnose long.
I think that's all right. Yeah, I think it's the this is the result. Then right now this is not mature to UI, but we can also search and then for the particular patient. All right, that's so cool, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
Any questions? I have one, mostly based off the presenter feedback. So for those who are in the room, let me pull this up. One of the things that all the judges did was we came together and thought of feedback. What I found most interesting of the Lung Heal solution was these guys were the only ones to colour outside of the lines a little bit and investigate a solution that was not education adjacent. So kind of for you all as a team, how did you decide on lung health specifically? Where's the interest?
Because like I said, previously, I had a family member who had cancer around the lung area, and it was kind of late when they found out about it. So that's how it was.
Well done. Thank you very much. Oh, we've got 3 questions. I love that.
Yeah, hi. So thanks for the presentation. So I have one curiosity. You had put 3 models, right? 3 AI models in your UI. So at this moment, can the users use any of those 3 models?
Yeah.
So which model is most trustworthy? Let's say I'm a very general kind of audience, okay? But I don't know what those models actually mean. So I get 3 predictions from 3 models. How do I decide which ones to believe?
Yes. So actually for a particular model,
yeah.
So in fact we should be the patient or the user should be able to see the scope, the accuracy scope on the side. But right now we don't have, but we can always fix it.
Yeah, so let's say I have 3 models, and let's say model 1 has the highest accuracy, right? Yeah. Then model 2 and 3 are maybe worse, or second and third, right? So if they don't make sense, why we need to put them into UI? Why the user?
The mic is really good.
I just want to know your perspective, right? So why the user need to know which AI model was there? Why can't we just take the best model?
The thing is why we have picked 3
yeah.
just to verify, because at times the one model it doesn't go well, and the other model can we can take the other models as the next verification method.
Yeah.
In this time.
So yeah, right. So I think my suggestion is for your analysis, it's okay. You could try out for different models, but when you're shipping this as a product, right? So when we call hackathons, we think solutions like a product, right? So you might think in a user's perspective that they just understand AI. They don't understand what's MobileNet, what's DenseNet. But for you building the product, yes, you can try it with different things. But for user, maybe it could be confusing, right? So maybe it's better to put maybe only one AI model, I think, because general users might get confused. Other thing is, I have another suggestion is like, for example, so you took some lung cancer images, right? And you applied some AI models to do something, right? But what could be more uniquely served to users in terms of product, right? Like, can we do something like that rather than just giving them a particular decision whether they have lung cancer or not? Like, I think this product could be more interesting. Right now it's pretty interesting, but it could be more interesting if we have some kind of things, right? That, okay, we may identify the tumor location, what's the percentage of tumor or something like that, right? Very interesting, right? So yeah, I think it's good quite at the moment, but also I have one other question. If you plan to, let's say, shape this as a product, right? Maybe users could have one question that, what's the credibility of your data, right? This is last one. So how do you think that this could be verifiable, right? The training data. Yeah. Like, my question is simple, is like, how do you verify the credibility of your training data to a general user? They might ask that, I don't know what kind of data you have been using for training your model, right? So how can you make them trustworthy? It's not right and wrong. There's no right and wrong answer for this. Just a curious question.
I think a lot of it is also because our
TXT, and AI will generate quiz for you and evaluate your answer and give you feedback, and also an AI for follow-up questions. What makes it stand out is that all this quiz, this feedback, evaluation, and tutor, their answers are based on your own materials. So they are not just some random answer from internet. It's truly meaningful for the exam preparation. The tech stack, this project is totally built by Python and for the quick development. It works, how it works. First, the user can upload your study material. Then I use the Azure OpenAI embedding model to convert it into the vector embedding. And I use ChromaDB to store these vectors and enable the fast semantic search. And I also use the GPT-4 for the quiz generation and the evaluation. I use LangChain to an agent to, like, when you talk like human language to the AI tutor, it can decide to which appropriate tool to use, like to generate a quiz for you or give you the document-based retrieval. And the main challenges I face is that the token limits. Because I'm used the free student account, I have the token limits, so I optimize the prompt slicing to avoid overlong input and add some error handling, but I have to abandon some memory history of the conversation. And I also use some synchronized processing of to speed up the evaluation of the questions. Basically, students and self-learners or other learners can use this product, and yeah, anyone who needs this AI assistant active recall practice will benefit from this project. And I think it can use to quiz yourself before the exam, summarize the lecture slides, or you can ask questions of this. And maybe it can be integrated into a learning management system or tutorial tools. And here's a short demo. I used lecture slides from my class, which is about generative AI. And first upload it in this file. And choose one topic. Here I choose image generation. It will give you 3 quizzes about the image generation based on your lecture slides. And when you answer the questions, submit it, the AI will give you the evaluation and the feedback. Then here's the AI tutor. When you ask it the general question, it will give you the general answer. But when you ask something like the image generation from the lecture, it will give you the answer exactly from your lecture slides. What I learned is that as an AI beginner, I learned how to design, develop, and deploy a full-stack AI app from scratch in a short time, and also learned how to use this vector database and AI tools like LLMs and embedding models, and also use how to use the long chain agents and tools for retrieval. Actually, it's a very simple demo, I know, and it has many aspects to improve. Like, for example, here I can store the quiz history and track the learning progress in the future, and also can reintroduce the memory to the conversation if I have more token limit. And also, it can improve the user interaction and the front-end design to make it more user-friendly. Thank you for watching. Feel free to ask any questions.
Thanks for the presentation. Short questions. This is so the basic process. What I understand, if I simplify it, right? So is you upload the PDF or the contents in your website, and it generates the quiz, right? That's the basic process, right? So my quick question is, so other than let's say a customized interface for the quiz, right? I can do the same with ChatGPT or other Claude or other chatbots, right? I can still upload the PDF or something like that and can generate a quiz. So what's new for the users in your case? Or have you thought bringing anything new? It's good at the moment, it's quite nice, but what's new? Yeah. Yeah.
This is good.
One. Now, one thing to think about when you actually put the lecture slides, especially in an exam or anything else, you will be having weight on certain questions, certain areas of the lessons that you uploaded. Like if you have uploaded all your lectures, in any exams there are weighted areas on different subjects or different topics. So think about having an option where you can actually add that weighting into your application. Like if you have lesson 1 to 10, maybe lesson 5 and 6 has more questions in an exam because it's the more latest trend or whatever. So you need to have some sort of like a setting or some sort of like a application to weight. Also, as a student, if I'm lack of an area, that will help me to ask more questions. Yes, I know everything about lesson 1 to 10, but I'm very much not good at lesson 11 and 12. Maybe ask more questions on that because I want to train on particular areas. Think about that. Good presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion. Actually, at this moment, you can like choose the topic from that, but I didn't think about to give them weight. I think it is a very good suggestion.
Well done. Great submission. We have Forge in the room as well. Come on up. Thank you for your time. Well done. Wait. That's yours.
Oh, thank you.
Single person team. She doesn't have to split her prize. Very smart.
They just don't.
All right. Do you want to transfer this or hold this?
Here. You can have both of these.
It's easy with the
working.
one. All right, cool. In our first place submission, we
There's two of them
have
if you need them.
is another learning-based solution known as Forge. I was particularly impressed by this one because it could generate graphs, had quite a bit of functionality, which I thought was very, very interesting for a AI-based solution. So without further ado, we'll throw to the team Forge and their solution.
Test. Oh, okay. All right, hi everyone. We are Team Forge, and we're very happy to be here today. So before we get into what Forge is all about, we want to introduce ourselves a bit. So we'll start with Peter, please.
My name is Peter. I'm doing Bachelor's of IT.
My name is Jagat. I'm doing Masters of IT.
And finally, I'm Tiffany. I'm also doing Bachelor's in Computer Science and IT. So how we came up with Forge, we have this issue. I'm pretty sure you guys can relate to this. So especially as students, whenever you see articles or whenever you're trying to make an essay, I'm sure you guys have encountered all these kind of journals and articles, and it might just be a bit too much for you to handle, especially for neurodivergent students. Those who have ADHD, it might be quite difficult, because a lot of us here, we came up with Forge just because we had a hard time trying to read through this, and it doesn't matter like whether it's about the complexity of the article or whether it's about the length of it. It's just too much for us. So we kind of want to make this simple, and we just don't want to use ChatGPT to copy and paste the content and it just like tell us about it. But instead, we want to truly learn and want to inspire other students to also learn about this. So next, please. And of course, the consequences of not actually seeing these kind of articles, you might lead to procrastination, and students often lead up to stress, and they just end up being burned out. They just don't study, they end up failing their classes. And yeah, we want to eliminate all these problems, lacking of understanding. We just want to focus on making sure that students are motivated to learn. So introducing our solution, Forge, which is powered with AI tools. And this is not about memorizing the content, and it's just no more forgetting. We want all of us to understand. So here are the key features of Forge. We actually have quite plenty of these. So one of it is that we are able to create a personalized study session. And it's not just a regular study session, you get to have focus timers implemented in these sessions. And it's important just because all of us needs a break. We can't just continue study for like 2 hours straight, 3 hours, and we end up losing, we lost track of time. And I think these focus timers are very beneficial for that. And we also have AI generated quizzes. So these quizzes are from the materials that you paste into Forge, our AI assistant, and they will generate quizzes based on that material. And we also have a smart summaries feature to help you summarize all of these long content. You can even upload PDF and images into our AI, and it will just instantly summarize everything and even come up with questions, which is the quizzes part. And finally, we have the speech-to-text transcription, which we can also record lectures and record any speech, or we can even paste any text, and they will generate like mind maps and visuals and graphs to help us. And it is especially useful for those who need to learn visually, like people who can't read much, and it definitely helps us to learn. And next, please, we'll hand this over to Peter.
So this is the tech stack that we use to develop our app. For the front end, we just used Next.js, which is a modern front end framework. We used it for back end as well, using the Next.js back end server side. And for the AI, we used OpenAI Assistant time by allowing them to for too long or can't keep their attention for too long. It'll reduce their cognitive load and present some of the information visually as well in mind maps. And for the use case, it's good for exams. It's also good for professionals who wish to continue learning. And also for corporate settings because of our transcribing feature, which can also do text-to-speech.
So I'll just go ahead with the live demo. So this is just the dashboard page. Let's say, I want to start a new chat. So I'll just go on new chat, and let's say I want to learn about something about, let's say, AWS. I'll keep the learning method as that, and let's say I give it for 15 minutes. I'll say create the session. It will go in a new mode, which has a timer started here, which is like for 15 minutes. And let's say I upload a new PDF, and let's say I ask the AI model this will give me the whole summary and the new task on what the thing is, basically for the whole assessment. And let's say, I click on quiz me, so it will take the whole context of the chat into its thing using the VV8 vectorized database, and it will create basically a quiz based on that. Let's say and it will also analyze your performance based on how much you got right and give yourself, a feedback. Let's say, this is the feedback, you did a great job committing some of the materials memory as evidenced by the questions, and then it gives us, strengths and stuff and the areas to improve on. What is that? Let's consider that. And this is the quiz on which questions did we get right and which did we get wrong. And let's say I end the session. I'll say, delete session, save and exit. Now let's consider a speech to mind map kind of thing. I mean, I can use the speech input when, let's say, I'm in a lecture and I have an online lecture. I can record a few parts of the lecture based on how much we are using Whisper 1 model to transcribe the whole thing into a text. So it depends on how much it can take based on the tokenization, and based on that we can have our whole lecture set up. For now I'm just showing on how will it generate that. So let's consider this. It basically generates based on a hierarchical structure. And we formed this hierarchical structure based on, we gave it a system prompt which said that we are using React Flow to generate the mind map actually. This is not a complete mind map, but it shows more of the components which are involved. And in future we can add more of a thing where we can add a timeline based on the mind map as well, saying that which are the parts you need to focus more, how many hours you should give. And we gave, for the mind map we used React Flow. So React Flow works in terms of nodes and edges. So because we gave this whole thing, we gave it a system prompt saying that you give the output considering saying that what React Flow should happen, that is based on, so we acted this as nodes, and these are sub nodes of the subtrees, and based on that it created basically a mind map, and this was how it worked. And we also have, let's say, learning analytics. So if I we also have, basically the past quiz results which you have taken based on this sessions, and you can get an idea of what score have you scored, and based on the feedback you can improve based on that. Let's say I end the session. Yep, that is all for the live demo. Thank you. I would say in conclusion, it's more of a personalized AI companion. But few things, there are a lot of improvements which we can make in this. Basically, in terms of how effective the mind map is for neurodivergent learners, and we make sure that it's more readable and it generates a proper timeline, and because there can be a lot of, it can be a whole document and there could be a lot of unimportant features which we don't want AI to actually recognize and show that in a mind map, because that would be a huge one. And we can also add like multi-language support, so that not just English but also different languages as well. And we thought of making this as a whole new thing, not just a wrapper around AI LLM models, but let's say that we have our own storage. Let's consider that where you can store all the inputs which you have given in the chat, so that in the future you can take the same input and load it from basically the Ford's database instead of creating a new one. Thank you.
Round of applause again for an incredibly well done solution. All right, we have one question. Cool. Two questions. We'll go this way first. It's faster.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So I just have something curious. You termed the word like neural divergent, right?
Neurodivergent.
So can you explain a little bit more, like what do you mean by that?
Neurodivergent meaning people who have ADHD and other mental disorders, which they find it hard to grasp the whole text. You can have the whole assignment or any other sort of thing. They find it hard to grasp in that. If they have a summarized or even if it's bullet points, it makes them easier, very much easier to understand. And I think when you generate a mind map, a proper mind map, then it makes them way easier to understand what is going on without even opening the document. It will give you the timeline, it will give you a whole sort of thing. And you can ask questions directly based on the mind map, and they don't even have to care about the document, what it is, because it is already highlighting the important parts.
Last question. So is there any similar products existing in the market that can generate mind map or bullet points?
Yeah, like for example, we also looked at, there's a product called Atlas AI. So we looked at that. What it does is it generates bullet points and more of that. But what we could do in terms of making it more as a great product is make it real time. The moment you speak, it's generating a mind map. It is also generating bullet points. Because now what we are doing is we are taking a few seconds as a chunk. We're not providing the whole input, audio and everything, to process the audio into text. We are breaking it down into, let's say, a few second chunks. So every 10 seconds, it will, you speak something, it will generate the textual format, and after that, you give the whole as a text to the GPT-4o model to summarize it. But what if it could actually do it in real time? The moment you're speaking, it's generating the bullet points based on that.
Okay. Last question. But is it in your control? Because you're using the GPT-4, right? Or LLM, which is not made by you.
Yeah.
Right? So you're basically calling the API, sending the inputs, and just receiving the output.
Yeah.
So to make it real time or not, is it in your control?
I think it would be like very, very hard to make it real time, because until and unless it doesn't have the whole context, generating the mind map would be bit more like way harder. Because let's say I'm speaking something and it's generating based on that, but what if as it gets the context, it reverts back to the old nodes and creates new nodes, because that would be interesting on your understanding on how it is breaking down the task.
Okay, thanks.
Cool.
Thanks for the presentation. Well, as a student, I found it really hard to just open the textbook, read a bunch of stuff, memorize it, go for the test. Like I personally use Napkin for my maps and Notepad LM, I think it was for Google, and a bunch of other models. What makes your solution unique?
You said Napkin. Is it
Napkin,
right?
Napkin AI.
I would say that I think if we bring the whole thing, does it also have the feature on you can add your old notes and make it,
Yeah, basically you can just put the whole summary or the whole note and it will create you mind maps, bullet points, diagrams, graphs, and everything.
Does it also have like speech to text?
No, I don't believe that.
Because just think about it. Let's say you are in a lecture, online lecture. Instead of just giving that, what if you give the whole input and the whole audio as a text? You don't even have to, what do you say, even be in the lecture. Just record the whole thing. Give it as an input. It will generate you bullet points and the mind map for it. If you could add that feature into Napkin, then we can make the whole new product as the same thing. Yeah.
Well done, everyone. Very impressive. There was some commentary outside the room on not just this group, but all 3 groups. 5 days I know full-time developers who can't build stuff like this in 5 days. So very impressive. Well done to all of the RMIT students who participated. All right. I think we're going to do a photo for some easy prizes. Very important that they get paid for their 5 days of work. It's less than minimum wage, but it's important. So I would suggest don't go anywhere. We're going to get Mish in shortly, and she'll deliver the first session of the evening. We've got 3 sessions. 3? I think so, 3. One on GitHub, one on security, and then a surprise contender, being that one of our speakers, Lockie, is unfortunately quite unwell. A session by Bron on semantic kernel. So I didn't miss any? Yeah, perfect. Be right back.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I was like, oh, you guys are starting early. I thought I was told them to run
Yeah, you got 9 minutes.
yeah,
Oh, we had the tables full, so they disappeared very quickly. These are cool.
yes, I was supposed to do.
That stuff was very impressive. Unbelievable, I know. Yeah.
And that's for the first time we're playing with the system, which is crazy.
I was telling James.
Let's go up there.
Even a lot of the people we know get paid for this. Can't do that. Alright, I don't know if you want to go inside or just put it somewhere in your jacket. And then this one.
That way?
Oh,
it's
the wrong way around.
A little.
Yes, you can make it go inside your shirt if you want, or just dangle in.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Oh. Can you mute me first?
Okay.
Or,
Mute.
thank you.
Do a quick 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Very good. Everyone just keep doing your thing. I'm not ready to start yet. There's some stickers. Feel free to grab a drink while I'm setting up. Like, yeah, do whatever you feel like in the meantime.
Yeah.
6:55. Okay, cool.
I've got a big timer. That's what it's called.
Oh, it's okay. I should be all right.
I'll do this.
Why is the number 2 still there? That's.
It's there forever now.
Go away. This one and this one. Oh, okay, sure. All right, how's everyone going this afternoon, this evening? Woo, well, good. I feel like it was definitely more packed earlier in the day, right? Did everyone just go, yeah, 5 o'clock, we're clocking off. We've eaten all the free food, we're going home now. So it's all fine, it's all good. So today we're talking about how to ensure quality in the types of testing we're doing, particularly in this new age of AI. I also feel really dark, so if you can't see me and we need to put more lights on, let the team know. So yeah, we're going to be talking about some of this, how to work with AI to do testing in this new world of working. So my name is Michelle, or Mish Manners. You can call me Mish if you like. I've been a senior developer advocate for a little while. I've been working with GitHub for several years, working in the AI space, the tech space for just over a decade. So have a little bit of experience in this tech. Obviously, stay half between here and half between there. But the types of testing. So in software testing, we have lots of different types of testing. So we'll briefly cover those just to kind of set the scene and just make sure everyone's kind of in the headspace of testing. You've probably heard a lot about different AI things and development and all that kind of stuff today. So I just want to make sure we're on that same page. Then I'll talk about the evolution of software testing, how it's come from where it was to where it is today to where I kind of think it's going. We'll look at this whole generative AI that everyone is kind of up in arms about. Like, it's exciting, it's new, it's different. There's some challenges as well, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about how to use AI when it comes to testing. And then we'll talk about the role of people in AI as well. Oh, look, I can move that down. That's cool. Nope, just bounces back. Cool. And then we'll talk about the future of testing as well. It just feels weird when I'm like kind of looking over this. But we'll talk about the future of testing and what I kind of think it's going to be like and how I think we need to work in this new era. But first of all, the testing pyramid. Who has seen or heard of the testing pyramid before? A few people, a couple of people at the back. Like, yeah, there's a few people there. Cool. So when it comes to different types of tests, we look at this pyramid, right? And it's called a hierarchy. So on the bottom, we have what we call unit tests. So when we're doing unit tests, we're testing one specific part of our code, that one specific thing works as it should. So unit tests are quite common. We use them a lot. And they're those individual things that we're testing. And the reason they're at the bottom is essentially, if we're only building a static and that's enough, right? So it does depend. But yeah, as we kind of go up that pyramid, it does get more expensive. We need less of them though. So onto the different types of testing. Now, hopefully some people have heard of these ones, and I did pop a couple of those in the pyramid. So the unit tests, they sit down that bottom of that pyramid, right? So again, very common. They might be used to test that one specific component works. Then we have those integration tests, which we talked about in that pyramid. And within this middle part of the pyramid as well, you can also have different types of testing, right? So it's not just those integration tests that fit in the middle, but functional tests as well. So these don't just verify the output of a function or of application. So it does just verify that the thing that we want is actually there, that the output that we want to get is what we expect. So those are functional tests. We have end-to-end tests, also called E2E. So you might have used run E2E tests. So these ones, for example, might be testing that e-commerce shopping experience. Does the user experience or the end-to-end interface of a user doing something actually produce the result that we want? Does the order go through? Does it get sent to the right place? We have acceptance tests as well. So acceptance tests check to see, does the system as a whole function the way we want it to? And that's an acceptance test. Does it meet the requirements of a business? So this is these end-to-end and these acceptance tests, they're right at that top of the pyramid, right? So we might only have 3 acceptance tests when we're looking at that testing pyramid, and they just say, is this what we want? Is this what we need as a business? Then we have performance tests as well. So any gamers in the room? Yeah, there's a few of us. Performance testing is what we do a lot in video gaming. So we overload the system. We push it to the maximum. So when it comes to gaming, we put the graphics up on high. We load as many users in as possible. We make as many button clicks as possible and test to see if does our game still perform the way we need it to. So that same thing happens in software as well. So we overload a system. Maybe it's a Telstra site or application. How many users can it handle at once before the system actually breaks down? So that's a performance test. Then we have smoke tests as well. The reason they're kind of down the bottom is you can kind of fit them anywhere in to these other tests. So a smoke test is a test that just tests. So in Magic, a smoke test is poof, we saw the thing. We don't actually know what happened in the background, but the magic happened. So a smoke test just checks to see, is something there or is it not there? Does a heading load on the page or is it not actually seen? We submitted a PR the other day for something, and someone said, did you test this? And they're like, no, I didn't test it. And they're like, you always need to test your code before it works. Yes, you probably need to get another developer to test it as well, so it's not just works on my machine and doesn't work anywhere else. But we test to make sure something actually works as we intend it to. The other reason why we not just do tests, but write tests as well, is that if we change the functionality of an application or add new functionality down the track, those tests are there to ensure we don't break the original functionality of the application. If we added something else or moved a web page or changed a user interface, does that break other things in the system? Our tests will fail and they'll tell us what we've done wrong, hopefully. So tests are really, really important, right? And they can actually save us a lot of time in the long run, particularly down the track when we're looking at doing different things. So the whole point of testing is to get confidence as developers that our system works the way we want it to. Another thing I'll say too is that testing can work differently in different companies. So when I was at GitHub, we had a policy that all developers test their own code. We didn't have quality testers or QA testers, quality assurance testers. Some companies have dedicated QA engineers or dedicated QA testers, and they will specifically sit there and test code. Change a little bit. Turn this into legal speak, or what it happens to be, right? There's a lot of ways we can use ChatGPT. Is anyone out there in the Microsoft 365 trying out the Microsoft Copilot? Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? It can do some really cool things. And this was from the video when they first launched 365. So I should probably just do a demo of it now of how good it actually is. But we can say things like, yeah, prepare me for my meetings. Here's a press release. Go and create the PowerPoint for it. Here's my chat GPT output of what it told me I should talk about for my talk tonight. Go and build the slides for that. Now, I didn't do that for this talk, right? I built this all myself. But we can do those types of things now. Another Microsoft one, is anyone using Designer? Like Microsoft Designer? Yeah, it's really fun, right? So you can do lots of things with it. Again, this was towards the end of last year, so it has like gotten even better than now, than when I did this. But we can do some really cool stuff. So this is what I did. I was like, that was a ChatGPT output. So then I put that in, like, go create the image of this, and it was Christmas time when I did this one. So I was like, it's really kind of cool, and I wanted to get this kind of this stylistic output. And something I noticed is AIs are really good at Pikachus, because there are so many data points of Pikachus out there. Like, this one's not too bad, but like, look at the Eevee up here. Like, I mean, it's just not quite right. But all the Pikachus were so good. Has anyone started using Sora or any of the video editing ones? Like, we can just do so much. Again, this was from towards the end of last year, so I hadn't even launched at this point. We weren't able to use it, but now we can just go and type in a thing and just give me an AI generated video of whatever I've just given as a prompt. Like, it's pretty incredible. Anyone out there using GitHub Copilot? Quite a few people. Or another one, like there's other AI plugins for VS Code. Won't mention them all, but we can do some great things. So this one, again, you're at workspace, no code here whatsoever yet, and I'm like, just create a one-page portfolio website. Make sure that it's got this kind of information in it. Use my my bio there, and I can go into like, change this bio to include this one that ChatGPT generated for me, right? So we can just be able to do all these things so much quicker. So here in the workspace, it created all these folders for me. And look, that's without any changes to the code. It looked like that. Like, pretty cool, right? And then we can even go in and just, change a few things. And if we think there's no AI for what we're doing, I can assure you there's an AI for that. So this was one I recorded at the end of last year, and it's 24,000 AIs for 15,000 different tasks. If you go onto this website today, it's up to I think it was nearly 40,000 AIs for like 20,000 tasks, and up to 5,000 jobs. So there is so much that AI can do. And you can go and say to it like, just video editing. I just want something for video editing. Yeah, here's how many AIs for that. The scary one is when you go and look at the jobs and see, so not just the tasks, because they're individual things that you do within a job, but see entire jobs that are now can be automated or through AI. All right, back to testing really briefly. The evolution of testing. So I've just showed you a whole bunch of really cool AI stuff, but how does that like fit in with where we're at with software testing? So previously we've done the traditional testing. We've used that pyramid, we've gone in, we've written the test. We've had to think about the tests that we write. Are these the correct tests? Are they right? Are they encompassing all the types of scenarios and situations that I can think of? Now we're starting to use AI to do testing. And I'll show you a little bit of a demo, but you can do things like, write some unit tests to test this piece of code. 5 will do, and it will give you 5 unit tests. So we can go and be very specific now about what AI is doing. So this is kind of where we're at now, that whole AI kind of testing thing. And it's moving towards this, which is AI-driven quality assurance. So when we first started out here, we probably had to learn a whole bunch of things and learn what was best in testing and work out that testing pyramid. Now we're in this AI testing, trying to work out and push the boundaries of what AI can. I like Japan, so I want to go back there again, and it's given me a whole bunch of translations. Right now, this database is hard-coded because I got people who actually spoke these languages. Now, what I wanted to do was see how I changed the English, this button. What I wanted to do was get that to default to whatever the language I set in the browser. So rather than going and do it myself, I opened up this whole thing in VS Code, there it is, and I just bring up my GitHub Copilot and I say, I would like to have the language shown in the from section to default to the language a user has set in their browser. Can you please help me make this change? So being very specific about what I want to do. And then GitHub Copilot comes along and goes, yeah, sure, I'm just thinking about that. There's all my references. I like the way it explains it as well for those who are using it. I like having that explanation of what I've done or what the AI is giving me. Okay, so I like to check the code. So I think that's a thing that we need to think about. Check the code. That's what I want. Yes, I think it's what I need from what I actually think about, and I can just go to that file that GitHub Copilot is telling me to and just insert my new code into there. Now, what I also like about what GitHub Copilot does is it's got this like suggestions down the bottom here, like what my next question should be. And since this was a testing talk, I thought that was very poignant. I was like, thanks, GitHub Copilot. That was the next thing I was going to ask you. So how do I go and actually test those changes? So I can go and click that, and then GitHub Copilot looks at this and go, okay, now in this case, I thought GitHub Copilot might be a little bit smarter. So it's giving me, so you could use this, you could use Jest or React. I thought it would be a little bit smarter and picked up that I'm already using Playwright to actually test the other functionality of my code. It didn't, but at least I can say, can we please use Playwright for testing? It says, sure. So if you be nice, you'll get nice responses back from your AI too. It goes, sure, here's this test. So I can go into here. I could add it in there, but I just decided to add a new file name for this particular functionality of the test. So to test this functionality of the website. So I popped that in there. That all looks pretty good. And now I can go and actually test that out. So we can go in and write npx playwright test, and it'll be running my 9 tests using 3 different servers. Now I can see one of the tests has actually failed. Now I can also go in here and double check, because I like to double check, is the test itself failing, or is it actually not working, right? So that's the first thing we need to do when we test something. Which side of it is it breaking on? Is it because I've written the test wrong and the test is not testing what I need it to test? Or is it because the functionality isn't actually there? So when I run this in its local environment, I can see it's already changed to English. So woohoo, GitHub Copilot did the right work. So it might be because it's not testing it correctly, or it's not detecting that that change is being made. So I can go into GitHub Copilot after a few different tries, asking it. We can see here, I've tried this. It looks like it might be an issue with this. It looks like you don't know what you're talking about, GitHub Copilot. So one thing we can do with different AIs that we're working with is to change the model that we actually use. So it's kind of like, changing your model is kind of like going to one teacher and saying, look, I don't understand this thing that happened, this historical event. Can you explain it to me? You explain it to me. I was like, still don't get it. I'm going to go to someone else. Can you explain it now? Now, both teachers have slightly different ways of not just saying the information, but you both have different experiences and understanding and knowledge. In the same way, models have been trained differently and with different information. So by switching a model, we might get the answer that we actually want. What time was I supposed to finish? 55, right? Yeah. Cool, perfect. So we switch that and we say, yep, I'm now receiving this error in try a different model. And I pasted the error in there. We got a different error message. So woohoo, we're actually making a little bit of progress. So that's always a bit of fun. You got a different error message, make some progress, right? So we go in here and it says, yes, you need to update your test. So let's add a test specific for this to better understanding of what's actually happening. And it goes in there, it adds it in there. That looks looking pretty good. Now I can go and test it again there, and we can see now that all our tests are actually passing. So woohoo, Copilot did the right thing and helped me out there. So we're seeing all our tests pass, which is really good. So I did all this like roughly in a matter of minutes, and if I go to the website there, it's all pretty good, right? So I did this relatively quickly in all senses of the word. So some of that was a little bit sped up, but it probably took me about 15 minutes to do this whole thing, right? Back in the day, probably would take me longer. So I can see that from using these types of AIs, not just the time it takes, but we're getting results as well. And people around the world are seeing this. Now, again, this is sourced by GitHub, so take it with a grain of salt. GitHub talking about itself. which is totally fine, but it is, with a grain of salt. So we're seeing that reviews are, more actionable, developers maintaining their flow state better, feeling more confident in the code they're writing. Westpac saw a big productivity gain when they were using GitHub Copilot. Accenture saw a massive productivity gain. It's not just GitHub either. Atlassian's come out and said, this is from their AI report, we're seeing double the ROI. We're seeing our people save 105 minutes every day and are 1.8 times more likely to be seen as innovative. That's the companies they're working with. McKinsey and company have come out saying that Gen AI could add the equivalent of $2.6 to $4.4 trillion to the global GDP, which is pretty incredible when you think about it. But there are some concerns, right? So I'll go through these kind of quickly, but I think there's a lot of concerns that people have around their job loss, their displacement, the speed at which it's happening. Yes, from history, this has happened all the time. Jobs change, new things. But the speed at which it's happening, people worry that new opportunities won't be available to them before they can upskill. And they're also worried about this whole idea of ethics, fairness, how the AI is being trained, how the model's working, and how does that affect us, right? And then we start seeing all these things all over the internet. The death of the developers. We no longer need to hire developers. Don't learn to code, just go and study AIs instead. We're not hiring anyone anymore. So, right, it can make us feel a little bit, what's kind of going on? But if we don't upskill, then we aren't going to be the ones who have those jobs. So, has anyone tried out agent mode yet? GitHub Copilot agent mode? Great, a few people. So this is GitHub Copilot in an agent mode. We go down here and we can now not only choose the models, and we've got GPT-4.0 there, we've got these three different things: ask, edit, and agent. Ask, we ask questions from GitHub Copilot. Edit, help us edit our code. And agent mode. So back onto our Mish-friendly food website, I now want the translations, once they're completed translating, I want them to go on a nice little neat PDF or JPEG or PNG card so I can print that out and give that to someone. So I'm being very specific about what they want. I want the 4 styles. I want a cute one, an anime one, a moderate one, corporate one. They should be able to be downloaded, contain the output, and also add a test, add a new test to test that this functionality actually works. So that's what I call like our super prompt. And GitHub Copilot agent mode now is going through, and I've put this one in real time. You can see the spinny thing is going at real time. So it's searching the code base. Okay, I've found some things for translate foods. It's saying I can see all these things happening. Now, unlike GitHub Copilot normal mode that gives you the code and you've got to go find out where and you've got to go insert it, it's saying, I'm going to do these things. I am now updating it. We can see this is all being updated in real time over here. And we can see these little buttons spinning around. That's GitHub Copilot, and it's like adding more code in here. Let me proceed with these changes. I'm adding this in here. This index file contains this. So it's kind of like a developer working. You're kind of over their shoulder and it's just working away, changing the code. And it's just like, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing. You're like, okay, this is kind of cool. And I was on a phone call with a guy from GitHub the other day, and he's like, oh, don't worry, we can talk for hours. I've got GitHub Copilot agent mode doing my work for me. And I was like, okay, sure thing, mate. But yeah, we can see like it's founding all these things, it's making all these changes and all these fixes, and I'm just like, okay, this is actually pretty cool. So that was the real time, all that happening. And I'm saying, cool, now let's run the website. I don't even want to do anything. I don't want to have to go MP whatever, just go run it for me. And it's got that little blue button. Go click start. Cool, okay, there it is. I've added a bunch of new stuff, but they're not working. Are they installed? I don't know, you did this stuff. Go and install it for me then. And I can just write that in and it goes, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I suppose I forgot that. So let's install that. You still have to click the continue button. But what we should be doing, and what I kind of was doing, was checking these outputs. What is it actually changing? Is it doing the correct things for me? And we can see there, look, it's got these cute little cards now. There's nothing on them, but like, it just added all that stuff. And then I realized it only says cute card because there's no output in that translation box yet. Like, I didn't actually put anything in there. But it's pretty cool. It can go through and run all these things. But we're talking about tests, right? So what about the tests? Can you go and run all the tests for me, GitHub Copilot? Yeah, sure, let me just run those for you. Oh, great, they're all failing. what did you do? GitHub Copilot, like they're all fine before. And now I'm going, okay, well, what does that leave me? Now I have to go through and find it all. No, GitHub Copilot's even better. Oh, look, the tests have failed because the application was not running and this and this and this and this. Let me resolve this. Click the button here. And it's like kind of giving you time that you can kind of read it and understand. And then, okay, it's running the test again. Oh, there's a few more green ticks this time, which is quite good. But yeah, it's going, cool. The test results indicate that these failed because of this. Now I'm going to go and change that. And it's already changing the things over here. So it's running the test, outputting it, and then changing it to start the new test. And I'm just like, I'm just sitting there with my mouth open while I was recording this video going, okay, this is pretty cool. But the fact that it keeps, like, it's understanding what's running, what's there, how to fix it. It's still failing due to this now. I will skip ahead. I'll let that run while I talk. But, you know, it's saying we failed here, we failed there, and I'm going to go through and I'm going to actually just play that because I like having nice green ticks at the end. But what I think this really tells us is AIs are getting smarter. So where does that leave us at the end of the day? So if I'm standing here talking, again, I was recording most of this in real time, but I was also just doing this while doing other work as well. And just, actually, I pretty much just had my mouth open the whole time about what GitHub Copilot has done this. So GitHub has just, as of 3 days ago, launched this out to everyone. So if you haven't tried GitHub Copilot Agent yet, you can go into VS Code Insiders and go and try this for free. And look, all the tests are green. Oh, the 9th one hasn't finished there, but it did pass it, and look, it's going again. But just trust me, they're all green. So what I wanted to leave you on is this idea or this notion that AI is probably not going to take your job away, but people using AI will, because the productivity gains there are so high. And the reason for that is, you know, all those things I mentioned before about being able to do things a lot quicker, a lot faster. But at the end of the day, if I'm not able to do something as fast as someone else is who's using AI, what's the benefit of me being around? So I think to leave you all with, I think we really need to understand that at the end of the day, we want to balance where we are right now, our human nature and our human connectedness, with the things that we're good at. We understand empathy. We know how users want to use our website, and AI doesn't really truly understand what we need to do. We need to be the ones to oversight. Is the AI doing it right? Is it doing it correctly? What are the models that it's using? Where are the biases standing? We need to be advocates for diversity, inclusion, and building accessible applications. We're moving into, we're not code finders and bug smashers anymore. We're now auditors. We need to understand what AI is actually providing to us and make a decision as to whether we should use that or not. And then on the AI side, I kind of talked about it a little bit more, but you know, there's a lot of things, right? That just gives us more time, more time to connect with others. We're all going to end up in this situation where we're going to have to work with AI. So if I can leave you all with one thing, it's understand these tools are there, go and use them, embrace them, understand where their limitations are, and understand how best you can use them in your jobs. So with that, I've got a few action points there if you want to check them out in the resources. But yeah, come grab me. I'll give you that link at the end. And yeah, I'm happy to take some questions towards after, because we've got the next talk now. So I know I went a couple of minutes over, but I thought it was kind of fun to sit there and watch the GitHub Copilot agent do most of our work for us. So.
What's going on?
Oh, sorry. Alrighty, well, I'll finish up there. We've got the next speaker. So thanks for all listening to me. Who's up next?
I don't even need to get up. He can introduce himself.
Oh, perfect. Yes, come hither. And don't be scared anymore about. Hopefully, I didn't scare everyone with oh my gosh, my job is actually going. Pardon?
Bruce, did we give you a lapel?
Yes, you gave me a lapel. So you can plug that in, and I'll take. If you can mute this so it doesn't sound. Yeah, thank you. I'll give you this.
How's everyone feeling? It's been a long day. It's been good. I've learnt a lot. I hope. Do you want a lapel or you want this?
Doesn't matter. Because probably I'm moving a bit,
That's
maybe
it.
because using this one.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because I think it's weird coding thing coming here.
Oh, you're not tight.
Huh?
Damn, you want to make a profit?
Yeah,
yeah.
probably.
Whoa.
Whoa. Did the power
Dun
go
dun
up?
dun. AI in the dark.
Ding.
Is it listening?
What have you done, Vic?
I was wishing for it.
Did you not book the space?
Chuck this one down in front of your shirt. Yeah, and just let it go down the bottom. Oh, hang on. So this is
I'm going to take that as a sign of you're all sitting here enthralled, unable to move.
I'll just put this here.
Sensors didn't go off.
Yes, perfect. Everyone hear me? Alright, cool. Awesome. Everyone's sharp still, isn't it? Hey, we're going to have a topic about cyber today. So, first of all, quick introduction about myself. My name is Pouya. I'm a Microsoft Cyber Engineer Lead at PwC, and at the same time, Microsoft Certified Trainer, teaching university, and also Certified Cloud Security Professional. So, I hope actually get a bit of understanding of the AI application. That's 75% increase of the attack from different places, from different techniques. It's about the operational, it's just affecting the operational, day-to-day operational, it's affecting the trust and reputation in the market too. So that's very important with this threat landscape. When we look at that, we need the 24/7 type of actually vigilance against what's happening in the market. So these days we are trying market. So these days we are trying actually to be make it sure using the security defense strategies and I would say the process in the organizations to next levels. When we're talking about the AI and comes to the cyber, we have two lenses. The first one, cyber for AI, and the second one is about AI for cyber. So cyber for AI, what does it mean? I think a lot of talks, great talks that we have today, different people talking about how we are creating the applications through AI. So a lot of people using some tools on the internet and using some agents, creating, and maybe they have no idea about the coding, they have no idea about the actually architecture. Attackers using actually different behavior analysis, what the user is doing day to day. Could potentially is that okay that person is downloading that amount of the data from the SharePoint, OneDrive? Is that normal day to day or not? So those behavior analysis of the users or computers or devices that we have in the network, they're going to play an important role. So with AI enhanced detections, of course, based on what we have as a tools we are using and what agents that we are using, which I'm going to talk about the agents, AI agents in the next slide, we are seeing an average of actually 40% fewer false positive alerts in the security operations centers. So, of course, machine learning and AI, if I want to talk probably a couple of years back, Microsoft, through the Sentinel and a couple of products, they brought in that machine learning and AI. AI is not something new completely in that area, but what is getting added on top of that, like as agents, what benefits and features and extra capabilities getting added to that. So it's make that difference now. So SOC AI agents, they are capable of analyze thousands of events per second with accurate actually classification, prioritization of those alerts and incidents happening in the organization. Probably is hard for most of the analysts in the team because they need to go to thousands of the alerts to do the triage and make it sure actually they understand what's behind of that, make it what's the priority of those alerts or incidents coming through, and get it to the next level. Escalate to someone which is taking the investigation path. All right, the automation of the incident response is technically the 4 phases, as you can see here. The first phase, that's 4 key stages or a phase, if you name it, whatever you like to name it. The first being alert detection. So first of all, AI classify and prioritize the incoming security alerts for us. Understand that's a phishing alert, or it could be someone just doing some suspicious activity in the network or on the computers or on the cloud services. Can be happen. So if I want to zoom, hopefully it's going to work properly. Activated, but now you can have the security copilot and prepared prompts in that, which is pretty much is happening for the security analyst. When it's investigating some incidents, it's just going to ask, okay, can you check it against of the abuse IPDB for me if it's that actually the malicious IP or not, as an example. Or checking for the account from the Intra ID, previously Azure AD. Or checking the device from the Intune. What's the status? What's we are having actually real-time detection, minimizing the impact. So as soon as the alert is coming through, as soon as some suspicious activity is happening, we are in real time detecting that suspicious activity and we take action. That's what's happening. That's what you're trying actually these days, every single organization. And some of the organizations are already in tomorrow. So they are more proactive these days. So they predict vulnerabilities in the environments. So they're using AI in any format, agents or applications or LLMs or whatever you name it, so to prevent the breaches happening. So they're checking, continuously monitoring the environment, continuously checking the controls on the environment to make it sure how much the environment and the services organization has vulnerable against of the different type of attacks. So all of those contexts they can gather, AI can gather from the environment, is very hard for an analyst or security engineers go one by one to every single platforms and just watch that, what's going on for every single person in the organization. Just imagine the organization of 2,000 people, all right? So how they can do that? How many people they need in SOC to do that? So we have the already short skills in the market for the security people. So we need to go that path if you want to just stay ahead of what's happening. So, and some of those AI-powered agents these days simulating the attack scenarios through advanced red teaming. Azure Foundry, our friend just talked about that. AI red teaming agent, that's what the agent's doing. They are going to check against of what's happening, what I'm doing in my application before the applications go to the prod. I just borrowed that a bit on top of the slide from Microsoft actually materials. So, which is giving a very good actually view of the agents when I look at that. So the agents is starting from the left, which is simple, to the advanced mode, which is more autonomous type of agents, I would say. So you can see we have agents in retrieval, which is normally we are sending something, I would say generative AI, most of the generative Gen AI agents probably categorizing that space. You're sending some prompts, retrieving something back. like as all of the speakers just talked today. So in the Copilot, in DevOps, DevCode and Visual Studio, or doing on some other platforms, they're sending something, they're getting some response back, sending something, getting something back. So that's the type of the actual retrieval, type of agents. And also, some of them is doing some tasks too. Like as what Michel just presented. So they're changing something in the code. They are doing something for us as a task. But when it's coming to the AI agents versus agentic AI, so AI agents, normally they are doing specific tasks when we talk about the AI agents. Triaging phishing alerts, doing the coding for us, and all of those things. But when we talk about the agentic AI, it's more about achieving a specific goal for us. And that could be multiple agents getting involved when we talk about the agentic AI, and it's more autonomous type of agent. So, which is, they do something, they're learning something, they do something, they're learning something. That loop is continuously happening. And they are learning how to behave. And they're taking action by themselves most of the times. Of course, you can develop in a way which is they're asking for some approvals from whoever is operating that system. But most of the cases going very autonomous type of actually agents, which is doing the actions based on the decisions which they are making. Those decisions, they're going to actually do some of those actions by itself. So how many of you guys are aware of the recent agents just announced by Microsoft recently in Security Copilot? So probably 2 weeks back, if I don't mistake. So that's going to be a game changer in most of the organizations, okay? So phishing triage agent. Analyst doesn't need to triage anymore. The alert's coming from the employee just saying, this is the phishing email, and now it's going to check by itself. So the agents can check that report and compare with all of those context and material we have and come back and triage that phishing alert for us. Alert triage agent for data loss prevention inside the risk management, probably whoever aware of the Purview capabilities, Microsoft Purview, which is a product family of the product in data security and information protection. That's actually that agent's going to do for us a lot of those elements. Conditional access optimization agents. That's crazy, isn't it? It's going to actually check the conditional access in intra-ID, whoever just played with the conditional access policies. It's going to check those ones and then come back and say, okay, we can do this, or recommend some of those to you, and you can change it by yourself. Vulnerability remediation agent, threat intelligence briefing agents, all of those things. So outside of this with Microsoft, a lot of partners did a great job. They create some agents as part of partnership with Microsoft. They're doing a great job, and they create those type of agents, which is crazy, some of them. Build custom agent. Do you need actually to wait for the companies and vendors creating agent for you? Not necessarily. How many of you guys actually play with the Copilot Studio? No one. It'll be more comprehensive, of course, more complex to work with as well. The Copilot Studio, believe me, you can do a lot with that by yourself. Okay, so it's getting integrated. It has a lot of connectors with that. It has some limitations, James mentioned, of course, but still it can address and solve a lot of problems. Okay, so just and don't look at from the technology perspective, as I talked about the people, process, technology. Don't think about the technology, what technology needs. You have a lot of playbooks in your organization for the security. If the user compromised, normally analysts going step by step, okay, I need to disable that user account, I need to do that one, I need to do that one. Okay, so just create some agents to automate it for you. Okay, so do it by yourself, don't wait for it. If your organization is and go for, of course, those areas which are bring you high value to your organization. That's the important things. Not just play with AI because of its AI. Cool. The future of AI-powered cybersecurity. So, global defense ecosystem. So, that's very important. Organizations, people around the world working together and collaborate with each other. and sharing the intels, whatever is happening around those threats in the market. So that's playing an important role. Predictive preventions, anticipating threats before they materialize. So that's very important. So we are using some of those capabilities of AI before the incidents happening and damage organizations. We're predicting some of those things in the organization. So to prevent those impact to the organization. AI human teaming. So we are hearing these days AI is going to replace a lot of humans, those things. It's not necessarily the case, I would say. We still need human. And those organizations are going to win this game if they are combining the AI with the human expertise, human experience. AI is great on the vast data, a vast nation that efficient to fine-tuning the alerting and those policies that you have in organizations, okay? So still a lot of those alerts is happening in the organizations. Could be, even you are fine-tuning in a best way, depends on how you're creating the policies, how much is complex those policies, and depends on how you're creating the policies, how much is complex those policies, and what type of actually patterns or policies that you have. It's still, you're receiving some false positive alerts. And is that important, which is those...
Your end of day debrief with your better half. Do you want to... This one? Yep. Perfect. I don't know how to mute this, but you can have it in advance if you want. Yeah.
Okay, so hello everyone. Quick introduction. You can call me Nguyet or Pham, and currently I'm doing my doctorate in applied AI at Azure Institute, Deakin University. In the meantime, I'm also an AI research engineer at Inosta, a digital product consultancy. So today is really a pleasure for me being here today to discuss with you guys about the core concepts and some best practices of which is intended bias, or bias inside the data quality itself, which is unintended bias. Let's see an example. I'm using DeepSeek, a model from China, right? And when I ask about the most important historical event of the 20th century, you can see here it revealed a trend of thought for sticking to the government narrative about China, like align with Chinese official stand, something like that. And absolutely, this can be affected the outcome. Statistical characteristics. It means that they work based on probabilities. So when we ask or when we query a question, a piece of information that does not exist in the training data set, the model will even try to produce some new piece of information based on the probability. And because that is statistical characteristics, so that is full data, but they confidently rely on it, so it's called hallucination. And not only make up the information, it can even you can see it contradicts themselves when challenged. So what does this mean? This means that they are not always a reliable source of truth. Beyond this, the issue of how to determine the responsibility and the accountability when a model goes wrong can be a really real challenge. Next, IP. So again, about the data. Gen AI foundation models are trained on a large data set, massive data, and some of which may be subject to the intellectual property protection. So then, the new content produced by the generative AI model can breach the IP laws, but this not always be visible to the normal users. A really hot example, you know, we all know the legendary animator and the founder of Ghibli Studio, right? He has captivated users on over the world about his whimsical storytelling. So his films really take several years to create and well known for handcrafted, with his each intricate frame are meticulously crafted. But now, OpenAI's new image generation tool allows users to render images under Miyazaki, the founder of Ghibli Studio's signature style. And it's just in a matter of seconds, something like that. The new tool has become really immensely popular, with thousands of people sharing, you can see AI-generated memes or personal portraits in the Ghibli Studio style on social media. So what this leads to? This trend has raised broader discussion about the ethical concern and copyrighted issues. Ms. Jabiro, she is an academic specializing in design, animation, and interaction. She raised concerns about OpenAI's exploitation of Miyazaki works, and she knows that it's kind of like the world's biggest photocopies. It's not replicating or mimicking, it's stealing. And in the subreddit, all of the Ghibli fans enforcing a long-standing ban against AI art because they see that OpenAI has not obtained any consent from artists like Miyazaki for using their works in training the models. And this is really, really unethical. So as OpenAI and maybe we don't know many other companies who are training foundation models, they use copyrighted material to train their models without any consent. This leads to the next problem, data privacy breach. As a user of a public model like ChatGPT or Perplexity, many models out there, it can be really difficult for you, for us, to have control over how the data that we input into the model will be used and how access to it will be controlled, right? Not only your IP, but also your personal information, your PII, even your business's valuable data. I see many of my colleagues when I doing some freelance projects, they even input the information of clients' project directly into ChatGPT to generate like proposal code, something like that. So you don't know whether it may be shared with overseas organizations or to be used to train the model in the future, or even worse, these data can be accidentally leaked if the model faces an attack like prompt injection, model theft, or adversarial attack, etc. Beyond the data privacy, it raised another risk and concern. Gen AI now can increase the likelihood of fraud because of our input data, right? It can generate more grammatically and believable phishing emails, for example, or more convincing audio, visual, videos content. Again, an example from OpenAI. OpenAI's ChatGPT has increasingly become, a topic of concern due to its ability to generate realistic images. What is realistic images? You can see here. We can generate, on the left hand, an ID card of Sam Altman with his real image portraits, right? And on the right hand, you can see we can generate even a degree certification from. Given all mentioned problems, it is crucial that AI system or Gen AI system need to be designed to offer a more helpful and safe and trustworthy experience. So that's when responsible AI come in. In a basic word, responsible AI is a set of principles that help guide the design, the development, the deployment, and also the use of AI systems. Information not violate any individual or be created by human. So if you ask ChatGPT a question like this, what be created by human? So if you ask ChatGPT a question like this, why are women weaker at sport? So you can see the data, the input data itself contain bias, right? So big working by probability, when you give them a piece of bias, the lead to bias, the lead to another bias. Your input for any unfair outcome that will lead to the bias of your model. And the last one, never assume neutral data is bias-free. What does this mean? Many large language model on the benchmark right now, they use internet text as their input data, as their training data, because they assume that internet text is neutral, because its size is large, right? And its diversity is really, really good for internet data. But you need to remember that all data sets carry social or entrepreneur. If you just rely on internet data set, it will be generate something that leads to a man, businessman, a successful entrepreneur, but not the women. Yep, because it's biased inside the internet data. Next one, transparency, the second principle. When we talk about transparency in data, in AI, we're talking about being like open and transparent about how AI system work. So, people should know how AI system make decision and what data they are using to ensure the transparency. So if you're a normal user, remember to choose tools that are clear about their data sources and limitation. Second, you need to make sure your use of Gen AI can be explained to others, including like how it arrived at an output. Not only give the partner or the client, the customer, the output, but also explain to them how the Gen AI leads to this. If you are an AI developer, so always provide your model cards and data sets. Clearly state what your AI system can't do or when it may be unreliable. So your users need this. If able, you can provide your user with graph or other visual aids. It can help people understand how AI processes information. For example, if you are developing AI model in healthcare, for example, so you need a heat map, you need a bounding box to visualize to the doctor how the AI leads to this conclusion. Clear documentation. So you will want to document detailed information about how the AI model was developed. This doesn't need to be public, but you need to have at least the internal documentation version to ensure the reproducibility and then future tracing. Third one, about the accountability. So accountability in AI decision making is about ensuring someone is responsible when things goes wrong. No AI system is perfect, so you should be prepared for mistakes. If an AI system make a mistake, so let's face it, someone must be responsible for fixing it, right? So if you are a normal user, firstly, remember to inform your supervisor or line manager when you have used a Gen AI tool. When you use Gen AI tool, you need to understand that it may be useful, but it's not a substitute for human judgment and creativity. Updates and limitation of the Gen AI tools that you use, right? Provide feedback on the tools and as being your original work. So this will preach IP. And finally, never use Gen AI tool to create content that could potentially violate IP right of another organization. If you are a developer, so ensure your system aligned with standards. And then you need to design a specific individuals or team responsible for your AI system if it goes wrong. You need to set up the audit trail, provide your AI product with feedback mechanism so that your user can give the feedback. If able, you want to have a group of experts oversee AI development and deployment to ensure it aligns with ethics standard. Be prepared to pause, to roll back, or disable your AI system when necessary. And never use copyrighted material for training without proper consent. Privacy and security. So AI often deal with sensitive personal information, right? So this principle is that we must ensure it's handled responsibly. If you're a normal user, remember to treat every bit of information you provide to Gen AI tool as will go viral on the internet. Never upload any confidential information of your personal or your company into any Gen AI tools. And if you're an AI developer, you will want to implement access controls for who can access training and inference pipelines. You need to only collect and use the absolutely necessary data, not all data that user input into. You will want to protect data both in storage and during transmission using up-to-date encryption standard. Again, regular audits, and never input confidential data into third-party tools. I see several AI development team, they use third-party like OpenAI API, and then they input the user, the customer data all inside the third party. So this will be avoided. You will want to not store identifiable data unnecessarily or use it without proper consent. And last one, reliability and safety. So this principle means that we should enable AI to work consistently and safely, even in unexpected conditions. So if you're a normal user, you will want to stick to the rule and safety guideline of the Gen AI service you are using. You need to cross-check any AI-generated information with the trusted sources before rely or use it. Must not use Gen AI tool to generate malicious content And then don't treat AI as a medical or legal or financial advisor. This will not a meaningful way to do it, right? If you're an AI developer, so you need to continuously monitor model performance, output quality after deployment. Let's conduct model validation before the release, including like stress testing, adversarial input testing, or some kind of red team. Third one, apply filter or constraint. This include attempt to create something like prevent the action to fake image or real people, create official looking documentation, misinformation, defect, something like that. You need to do regular patching to patch any vulnerable and performance issue. Do not rely solely on pre-trained models. And you need to make sure that you don't deploy AI in critical areas without intensive validation. So this is a quick recap. We have risks like bias, hallucination, IP breach, data privacy breach, and cyber security, and 5 core principles of responsible AI. So there are some legal landscape or framework that you can rely on or use it as a reference. For example, the EU AI Act, the National Framework for Gen AI, the National Guidance, and etc. And lastly, I really appreciate if you can spend several seconds to give a feedback for the future talks, something like that. I think that we don't have time for questions, so if you have any question, feel free to catch me later. Thank you so much.
That was a very good session. So we have the final 10 people in the room, the final 10 people online, and a mystery guest. So Lachlan was on the original agenda. Unfortunately, he's very unwell, and I mentioned it to Bron before, and she said, I could do a session, why not? So she's going to take us through, was it semantic kernel? Yeah. Which, if you're not familiar with, is a very, very powerful development toolchain. Are you lapelling or you're hand marking? You're lapel, aren't you? Yes. Test it first.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, it's working. Cool. All right. Hello. I'm just saying, finders keepers.
I mean, everything says
Woohoo!
I mean, I did leave my phone up there too, so.
Oh, cool. Have you got an iPad? Because I lost one of those the other day.
Well, I mean, it's all Samsung, so sorry.
That's okay. My phone's Samsung. I mix in both worlds. All right. There we go. Hello. That was when semantic for my slides and turn it into. A lot of what we're going to go through here, you've already heard, and I'm not going to repeat it all for you, which means this probably won't go for 30 minutes. So a quick overview of the terms that we've mostly already talked about. SLMs, so we've spoken about LLMs, which is your large language models. SLMs are small language models. So these are basically smaller models that you can run even on your local machine. For example, I just mentioned Phi3 before. So around halfway through last year, Microsoft released to do the thing. These days, semantic kernel has all of that's been replaced with what we call function calling. So function calling is where the AI, you tell the AI that you've got a plugin, and it works out based on your descriptions how to call that function, how to do the thing. So we're going to build our own Java. You could be running this locally. For example, you can run your models locally using Olama or LM Studio. You could run those using small language models. As I said, I did actually, like literally you can install Olama on your computer within like 2 or 3 minutes, install or add a model and start talking to it like within a couple of more minutes, as quickly as you can download a few gig worth of model. oddly enough, I've got a brand new using AI Foundry, which is from Microsoft. We've got OpenAI, also have it looks like I've cut out some of my notes, so I can't go through exactly all of them, but yeah, that's... so semantic kernel, how many people do know what semantic kernel is? 1, awesome, 2, 3, cool, awesome, all right, 4, 5. Well, yeah, AI Foundry, even with the playgrounds and stuff, is doing it all without writing the code yourself, but this allows us to write that code very quickly and get something up and running. And then you can use extensions to connect with Ollama or LM Studio, OpenAI, etc. And yeah, that link there, if you want to have a look. The Learn documentation is really great. In fact, a lot of what I'm going to do now comes from the Learn documentation with some little added. I won't go through added in to make sure that it keeps on track. But yeah, I've kind of kept this mostly open because I want it to be a personal assistant that I can ask all sorts of things of. Oh, I'm missing a slide. Yeah, done. Woo! We're not done. You're all staying. No, demo time. Okay, so I have Windows S. Now, I do this every time. Do. Yeah, that's my background. So.
Yeah, I was like out of the PowerPoint.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. It must be one of these options here at Project.
Isn't it like the little project screen on the F12?
Yeah, possibly. There we go. Well, there you go. It's working now. There we go. Hey, I'm doing. Forget about all the junk that we don't need, but this is literally just a C# application and it's just all piled into the program. So what this application does is it starts off with setting up my Azure Open API model data. So I've got a model that I've fired up in Foundry, and so it came in kernel. I didn't say I've created a kernel builder further up, which is our semantic kernel object that I then add Azure OpenAI chat completion into. You'll see here I've got code also for doing the same for LM Studio and Ollama. To switch between them, it's almost as simple as just switching that detail there. So if I commented this out and uncommented this, and ran it, if I had LM Studio running on my machine, I'd be off and running with a local model. Your miles will vary in terms of your ability to do certain and handle auto. The part that sets it up to know what it's here for. So you are a friendly assistant responsible for helping with tasks as a personal assistant. It's a bit wordy, like sending emails. You will complete any required actions and request approval before taking any consequential actions. That's one of those key phrases that can help make sure that things don't happen without you wanting them to. Spoiler alert, it still does it sometimes. So clearly this still needs some work. This is one of those areas where you've got to keep testing and you've got to keep tweaking as you go. To keep testing and you've got to keep tweaking as you go. The next part here is still hard, and this still isn't right. So sometimes it will say, you need to give me your boss's name, because its boss name. Sometimes it asks me, sometimes it will still end up happily setting an email that has placeholder text in there. So, and this is just very early on in me getting this ready to demo properly. So that's why things like this are still popping up. So make sure you automatic function calling. So this is the function choice behavior of auto. Make sure you automatic function calling. So this is the function choice behavior of auto, so that it will automatically work out which functions to call as I ask it for things. It takes my request, it sends it off, and it dumps out the result. That's what all of this is doing. And that's it. And that's some really common boilerplate code that you'll see around the place. And it does the job. This is just on a console app. And that's it. So back up to our plugins. I've got a number of plugins here. And as I started playing, this list grew and grew because I was like, oh, wait, I could do this. I could do that. So what's the number one thing, for example, that you want to do with Assistant? So having a good descriptive name with underscores, all these things apparently help it to understand what you're doing. And then you give it a description. You are a plugin responsible for sharing information about the user's name. And then I've said what it returns, a string that is the user's name. And then this goes into the configuration and pulls out my name, my full name and last name. Just gross code just to do a code concatenation. And I've also got a short version here that just gets my first name, and that's it. So I've written this code. Now this is similarly, I've got the author email plugin. So this is another function, and do ignore this for now, the generate required steps, because I'm still researching, but I'm pretty sure this does nothing now, even though it could, because this, I believe, is to do with the old planner stuff. But the important one is this send email async. So I've told it that this is a send email function, and this is basically a function that I could already have in my infrastructure code. This is just my standard code that didn't have recipients, for example. So I added something in to check that I knew specifically meant that I had it at it. And it's also really bad at writing code for that. So that's why that one's there. Alarm plugins, light plugins. The light plugin is actually straight off the Learn site at the moment, and an example of how you could be turning lights on and off through your own functions. So you could hook this up with your Home Assistant or something and ask it to turn a light off, and it could do it. I haven't got to that point yet because I keep getting bogged down in the email. And the public holidays plugin is a fun one, because the idea of this is it's basically a little bit of it's kind of a RAG thing, and it's kind of an action thing. I'm giving it information about public holidays because this is information that I might already have in my system in a database or something. So I'm just basically saying when you want to get the public holiday, get a list of public holidays, then it can call this. And then if you ask it like what's happening on the 25th of December, it will tell you. And I put some more interesting ones in there that it didn't know about, like Grand Final Parade Day, to check that it was actually returning my data on that. Mixed results with that one at this stage, but yeah. Okay, so to make sure that it's using these functions, simply we say kernel builder plugins, and we just add from type with each of those, and that's it. So I'm going to run this now, and it's all going to run beautifully. I'll turn that off. Okay, and I'm running in debug mode, so there's some junk in there, but it's basically saying, what is your request? So I'm going to say, hello, what's my name? And I do have some breakpoints around the place to make sure. So it's come straight into my function called get owner full name, and it's my object and body to be, or I can be really high level, and I'm going to do that. So I'm just going to say boss at awd.net.au, which is just a catch-all that I have. Please make it an email about telling him I'll be late to my to the office in the morning. Now, I've had some really interesting conversations with the AI also, where it's even come back and said, how late? How much information do you want me to give? So it's quite fascinating. Again, it really depends though. It depends on the day and where it's at. So right now it's not asking me that, but it is pulling up my short name. So that tells me it's putting some personalized information in there. And now it's in my send email. And we can see here on the left-hand side that we've actually got a subject, a body, and recipients. Notice that it says dear boss. So that's interesting, but I'm going to run with it. And it says email sent to boss, woot woot, email has been successfully sent about being late, so this is it coming in, right? But this is me outputting my actual response from the function, and then it also giving me a response. So things like the boss name, that needs some work to make sure that it says, well, hang on, what's your boss's name? Or put something different in there. But if we come across now to my email, which I knew I had my email open for a reason before. Just ignore all of my crap in there. I have so many emails at the moment in my inbox, is killing me. There's about 100 emails in there. This is the brand new email here, so I don't even have to use my one I prepared earlier. So this is the email that got sent from me because I've configured my send grid, and so that's all come from me. And just hope this finds you well. I want to inform you I'll be late. Now I can manipulate that more. I've had versions where I've told it the tone that I wanted the email. You can put that all in your prompts as well. So I could have put that straight into my request too. So that's pretty much it. Sometimes it does that anyway. So I haven't done that explicitly, but I've had times where it has put some extra paragraphs in, more so when I say make it have a professional tone, because it goes into more detail. But I'm assuming that I could also do that in my function by telling it how I want that layout to be. Like literally I could just say, this is an example email, right?
So
and
you
then
can have a bunch of plugins you're saying to
yeah,
say like,
yeah.
this is my fun tone, this is my corporate
Yeah, that's
tone.
true.
So please send email in corporate tone.
Yes.
And you can have that function there, right?
Exactly. And I could probably actually, if I added an input to a parameter to this that said tone, and I could make that a requirement so that it would say to me. Now, if we say now send one to John, can you provide John's email address and what the email should be about? john@awd.net.au. And it's like, well, I still need more information. So it's not going into that function until it's got what it needs. And that's something that I was struggling with for a while. And different models also obviously react differently. I've had some models that have just made information up, as I said. Or I've had times where it's ended up in this function without any of these being provided. So it called it prematurely. And then the other thing that I also have done with this is I've tried to throw some stuff at it, and this is where the responsible AI comes into it. I have tried to throw stuff at it that I shouldn't get it to do, like tell him about how to make a bomb. And it's thrown an exception, a 400 exception. So that's actually quite drastic, because usually it just comes up and says, no, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, that's actually really unhappy. The response was filtered due to prompt triggering OpenAI's content management policy. I just got flagged. It's been nice knowing you all. So making sure that it can't do dodgy things is important, and making sure, yeah, especially with personal assistant stuff also, like making sure that it's not going to do things that could put you in a bad light because it's acting on your behalf. So anyway, so that's pretty much my time. But did anybody have any questions quickly about it? Yeah? Sorry? I'm not handling it at the moment, but I could and I should. I should have just a simple try catch in there, because it just threw back a 400 error from OpenAI, because that one was apparently way too hard. Like I'm sure in this one I've seen it throw back, just say to me, I'm not going to do that. But that's actually literally like thrown an exception this time. So the AI hasn't even allowed a response to come back. So yeah. Yeah, it was the OpenAI. The call to OpenAI just threw back a 400 bad request. Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, you're gonna be blocked now.
I know, totally. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. You're welcome. Thanks.
The plugins that you have, they are like the holidays and all that. Can they be actually extended with like services to get actual holidays live rather than?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, like it's your code, so you could do whatever you like, and there would be third-party things out there as well, of course.
Follow-up question on that is like rather than you doing like asking that general again and again if they're a properly configured class or whatever, would there be any libraries that is actually having all this?
Yeah.
Lots of libraries with all this pre-configured?
So there will be a growing list out there of plugins that you can use, and this time plugin is an example of that actually. So this was a nice hack time plugin, and I think the date helpers was as well. I don't think that's, no, that one isn't mine. But the time plugin is actually a you can see there's semantic kernel plugins core. And so that actually helps you get it to do stuff about time. So if I run this again, we can just ask it, what time is it? I think that's the sort of question that it can do. Yep, it's 8:33. And ordinarily it wouldn't be able to do that because it's not, it doesn't know what real time is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, cool, awesome. Well, you all know what's coming. That. If anybody wants access to that code to start with, I do actually have a QR, it's just not on here. So I have a GitHub already, so come up and I can give it to you. Yeah, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Bron.
You're welcome. Oh, I need to remember this.
Well, that is the end of a very long day. So thank you all for coming.